everyone, if you can just take your seats and we'll get started in a minute. Okay. Before we kind of formally kick off this morning, I've asked Astrid, our First Nations Fellows, one of our First Nations Fellows, if she wouldn't mind doing an acknowledgement to country for us. Thanks, Astrid.
I
think it's on.
Now it's on. Nina Mani. I'll start by saying on Kaurna country, when we say Nina Mani, you say Mani Ai back, which means I'm well. So, Nina Mani. All right. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we're on today, the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and beyond. If you actually go to your computers that you have in front of you or your phones, I'd like you to look up a topographical map of South Australia and look at the first photo. Turn your camera or your screen to the side and you'll notice that it looks like the red kangaroo. Or I shouldn't have told you that, I'll ask you to tell me. I recognise that the land was never ceded, no treaty was signed, and it was and always will be Aboriginal land. I pay my respect to the elders past and present and to the young ones coming through, the future knowledge holders. I'm grateful to be here on the country that holds thousands of generations of story, language and ceremonial care. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Astrid. Okay, so welcome to day 2. Thanks for coming back. We've got some important business to do here this morning, and this is one of the potential outputs and movement forward that we will do throughout the year if there is agreement around the notion of pursuing a paper on digital wellbeing. Yeah, anyway, Keith and Annalise will explain more later. All right, so I'll hand it over to you, Keith.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning everybody. It's a great pleasure to be up here once more. The three of us are members of the steering committee for this event. And you will see on the program that we're not actually separately identified. We're just part of the the collective group that's to blame or responsible for this occasion. We have two purposes this morning. The first is to get reactions to an updated position paper. And for those of you who were here last year, one of the outcomes of last year's auIGF was a position paper which represented a consensus view on that occasion of ideas that we thought should emerge and be taken forward in the form of a position paper. This year we've updated it, and I'll ask my colleague Carolyn Greenaway in a moment to take us through the changes. We're then going to talk about the proposal for a digital compact. We're not seeking consensus today on the document you see. We're seeking to initiate a process, and Annalise Williams will take you through that as well. There'll be an opportunity for comment and questions as we go. Without any further ado, I'll hand over to Caro to take us through the changes to the position paper from last year.
Thank you, Keith, and good morning, everyone. For those of you who were at the auIGF last year, this paper will be familiar. So what we have done this year is used it to formulate some messages that we believe would be useful if we can get consensus from this meeting to forward to the co-facilitators of the WSIS Plus 20 review process. Now, that deadline was the 26th of September, so that was Friday, but I understand from this morning that that's now been updated to the 3rd of October, so slightly more time for that, although we can get ours in straight away, of course. So basically, this paper has not changed significantly. It just updates facts that have changed since last October to accommodate what's been happening in terms of the review process. But what it has done is that it's picked up the calls for action that were in last year's paper and formed those into key messages that could be useful, we believe would be useful to convey to the co-facilitators as the views of this group in terms of what we would like to see in the final outcome document of the WSIS Plus 20. Now, you'll also see that currently they are really reflected in what's in the zero draft. So, you know, that's a cause of some hope that the final document will also contain those kind of aspirations and aims for the future of the WSIS. So I'll just take you through them. There are 4. So for the first one, support strengthening the existing internet governance structures within the UN system rather than creating new ones. And largely that is because the UN does have a history of creating new entities and committees and organisations to deal with digital issues. That can be a dilution of focus and activity. It can cause duplication and a lack of transparency, and it also makes it increasingly difficult for the multi-stakeholder community to engage fully and properly in all of these processes that are going on. So we would prefer the focus to remain with the Internet Governance Forum. So that goes into the second message, which is ensuring the continuation, evolution, and the adequate resourcing of the IGF. And that is to strengthen and enhance its value, efficacy, and sustainability. So we do realise that the IGF, you know, has faced some challenges. It could be better. It could be managed more efficiently, and in terms of resourcing, both in terms of people to do the Secretariat services and financially, it has, you know, struggled. So to have a assured source of funding would greatly enhance its ability to do its job properly. The next one is to do with, and I think the word here, meaningful, is very important. Of course, multi-stakeholder processes are important, involving all stakeholders, and we believe they're essential to improve internet governance structures to effectively address the challenges of a modern internet, and that also feeds into the WSIS aims to ensure an open, free and globally secure internet and advance the achievements of the WSIS goals that are people-centric, inclusive and development-oriented. But we use the word meaningful to ensure that what the stakeholders come forward with in terms of their advice and opinions and views is treated substantively and not just symbolically. The last one is calling on the 2027 UN high-level review of the Global Digital Compact to commit to robust, as well as meaningful, multi-stakeholder inclusion in its implementation and to avoid overlap and duplication with WSIS mechanisms. We feel that that's very important because largely I think the Global Digital Compact was adopted at the Summit of the Future last September, and there were concerns about that process, which was multi-stakeholder. However, there were views that the inputs from stakeholders were not really properly listened to or included in a lot of the documentation that came out of that process. So we would not like to see that repeated during this process for the review. So with that, I give you those 4 messages and over to Keith, and we hope to get your consensus to put those
thank
forward.
you. You now have the opportunity to raise questions about this document or to make any comments that you would like. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, could you please come down to the microphone? Do we have any online questions or comments?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Oh, yes, okay. And could you identify yourself, please?
Hello, Richie from the Digital Justice Society. Yeah, I really like the document. I'm just reflecting on the conversations from yesterday. So, obviously, like from the start of the day, yeah, this fits importantly with global work around multi-stakeholder. But I suppose my concern I had listening to the final session was the backwards and forwards of what does it even mean, multi-stakeholder? And then I could just hear in the panel just now even like, oh, there's one that was achieved and it didn't quite meet a more, let's say, robust definition. So my suggestion would be that alongside this document maybe that the auIGF does a very small piece of paper that names a term for a certain style of multi-stakeholder that is a good one, So it's like an integrative multi-stakeholder process or a power balance multi-stakeholder something, but uses a slightly more refined term. That is the auIGF's own term that can then be used throughout the document and can eliminate that clear backwards and forwards argy-bargy that could happen with that term.
Thank you for the suggestion. It is an interesting and sometimes theological debate, I think, just exactly what we mean by multi-stakeholder. I think Jordan addressed this in some of his remarks yesterday, but we'll take that on board. Does anybody else have any questions or comments they wish to make? If not, I'd like to basically say now that we will adopt this as a consensus document from this auIGF, and we'll move now to I would like to express my thanks to Caro for the work she's done, because I think that's been quite an important addition and I think has helped to augment the document. I know that our Australian government representatives find this process and these documents useful as much as anything else to be able to say, well, at home in Australia, we have a broad alignment of views around certain things which then form part of the Australian government position in the negotiations that are underway and will be underway in New York. So it's a useful document from a government point of view. It's also useful, I think, from our point of view, to be able to articulate the direction that we wish to see things move. Having said that, I'd like to now turn to Annalise Williams, and she'll take us through a couple of slides discussing the development so far of the proposal for a digital social compact. So, Annalise.
Thanks, Keith. I do have a few slides. I'm sure that everybody here has thoroughly read the paper, but for anybody who would like their memory refreshed, I will go through a few slides. And I just wanted to apologise. I'm not in the Zoom room. I'm having some issues on the laptop and I can't see anything on the phone, so apologies for that. So the paper it's about a social contract for digital wellbeing. I guess we could call it anything. The social contract sort of label is building on the philosophical concept of a social contract, that sort of agreement between a people and those that sort of govern them. So we have sort of extended the concept to include citizens and individuals and communities, corporations, as well as the government. So we did publish a version of the paper and had it open for a couple of weeks for input from the community. We did receive some feedback on that, which was broadly quite positive about the concept of exploring this idea further. And then the paper was updated, so the version that appears on the website has been updated to reflect the input that we received. So briefly, why we thought it was worth having this discussion is that it's, our lives have been revolutionised by the expansion of the internet and adoption of digital technologies. But it's undeniable that these they're very convenient and we now rely on them, but it has presented a whole series of new complex public policy challenges. And we sort of thought it was worth exploring, striking the right balance between enabling an environment that allows for innovation, but that still protects the public interest. So the idea is about moving beyond individual responsibility and all the problems that you experience online are your fault. Also beyond industry self-regulation or government control. It's sort of about finding the balance between those areas. And we thought that one way of progressing this goal could be to articulate the principles and the rights and responsibilities of all stakeholders that should guide the further development, digital development in Australia. And one of our speakers on the panel yesterday, I think it was Zoe, sort of referring to that shared vision of building a digital future. What is that shared national vision? There are lots of conversations taking place, in lots of different forums about issues that are potentially related or are all part of the same bucket of issues. And we just wondered whether launching a national conversation and having a discussion about all of the issues might be a valuable thing to explore. So the outcomes that we would be aiming for out of this piece of work would be better informed and empowered users. We want an environment where there are effective safeguards, but balancing that with rights and making sure that rights are upheld. We're sort of seeking increased trust, and that's sort of trust in technologies, but trust in public institutions, sort of all aspects of trust. As well as increasing competition and consumer choice. The paper does sort of touch on some of the policy concerns and that makes the case for why we think it is worth having a discussion on these issues. There is a lot happening. There's sort of a lot happening on the government level. In Australia, it's a fairly fragmented space for digital policy. There are lots of different government agencies responsible for lots of different aspects. Just sort of looking for a conversation where it's all on the table, I think. So in the paper, we said we would be testing two hypotheses, just seeing what people think. So this is an opportunity to, share your thoughts on the paper, on the concept, to ask questions. I did want to clarify, sort of what we're doing and what we're not doing. So the first hypothesis, we're not sort of seeking to test your views on whether you think technology should serve humanity rather than the other way around. We have assumed that if you are here participating in the auIGF, that that's what you think. So what we're testing is whether people think a social contract or articulating that shared vision, that the principles, the rights and responsibilities would help to achieve that. So just a point of clarification on that one. And the second hypothesis was just to clarify that based on some of the responses when we had the public feedback on the first draft of the paper, just to clarify that this is not, the committee doesn't feel that we have the expertise to do this ourselves. We weren't seeking for the auIGF organisers to be solely responsible for this work. We feel that there is significant expertise in the broader Australian internet community, and we've heard from, we have some of those people here today. And yesterday, the Tech Policy Design Centre is doing work that is closely related. We heard from some academics yesterday who are looking at other different aspects. So this is not something that the committee would be solely responsible for. So I might pass to you, Keith, for any questions or...
Okay, well, thank you very much, Annalise. As you can see, this work is in an early stage. This morning, we seek a couple of things from you. First of all, any comments or observations that you may have about what you've got before you, and also the process that we're describing. But secondly, an indication of whether any of you would actually like to be involved in the further development of this document, which I personally believe is potentially quite important for Australia. The thing which I think is mentioned in the document is that it's partly reflective of work which is happening in other countries. I think it's fair to say that there are a number of countries around the globe that are starting to see the need for something like this. So I don't think we're alone here in some of these concerns. So the floor is open if people would like to come forward and make any comments or ask any questions. Jordan.
Thanks, Keith and Annalise. Good morning. My name is Jordan Carter from AUDA. Congrats on everyone being in the room so early on a Wednesday. And thank you for the introduction. Just a couple of views about the hypotheses. I do think that a sort of statement of vision for the trajectory of the development of the tech sector could be a helpful one, grounded in a sort of broad and diverse community like the auIGF. In the absence of a kind of public shared statement, everyone is just pursuing their narrow sectional interests, or the government is left to try and balance the various trade-offs and so on. I was struck by the Assistant Minister's comments in the opening panel yesterday about the need to render trade-offs really explicit and visible, and to work through the logics by which those trade-offs are resolved, and having some of those hard arguments in a community-initiated forum rather than one that is run by the government or run by regulators. Seems to me to be something that's a little bit novel in the Australian context. So I think, if that's without any disrespect to anyone in the regulatory or public policy space. So I think that in that basis, it could be an interesting experiment. And I think that the paper, if it's, well, not this paper, but such a compact could usefully, or a contract could usefully set out thoughts about the roles and responsibilities of various actors. And one of the hard parts will be to encourage those with the authority to bind to get involved in bringing about its recommendations. Or to decode that slightly, it may be that such a social contract ends up defining some requirements that are needed in terms of legislation or regulation. And I don't think we should shy away from that, because I think part of what this is it's exercising the agenda setting role of the AUIGF, and I think that's really positive. On the second point about a representative group with relevant expertise, my own personal bias would be to put expertise first. I think that it won't be easy to both write down the nice, easy list of bits that you'd want to see in a compact like this, but to, in a really savvy and hard-headed way, put the trade-offs on the table and give the community, all of us, the kind of background material and thinking that will allow us to really effectively engage in the debate about those trade-offs and see if we can come to a consensus, or equally valuable, document the nature of disagreement and lack of consensus. So showing how a really rigorous work through of the trade-offs is then met by community responses. So I really, I heard the call for volunteers to be involved in the work. I think part of the work needs to be a very expert group of the right people to do that. And part of the work needs to be ongoing community engagement between now and the next AUIGF. It can't just be something we come back to in a year. So overall, I think it's a worthwhile position that would be very interesting to see further work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Could I hear from the next question, please? And could you let us know who you are?
Thank you. My name is Alexa. What I'm going to say is me as a member of public. However, at the moment, I'm a representative of a technical community as well, so I have to disclose that. I'm the president of Linux Users Victoria. I'm also from private sector. And I'm glad Jordan came before me as well, made really good points. This is a really great initiative, and I was more involved with these nuanced conversations around governance and technical protocols overseas in Europe. And the IGF community kind of helped me get more connected with the local ones. So I want to make a few observations given this is the infancy of this initiative. Observations from my side is, as we all may know, and by the way, if there's something I say inaccurate, please tell me. I just express strongly, but I lose these things. I hold them loosely. So IGF is one of the streams of conversations as such. From the early days of internet, as internet was evolving and getting more serious and required more regulation and technical implementation, we had early days auIGF, and then ICANN, and then ITU and IEEE, and like you mentioned, there's a lot of like a melting soup of organizations. So IGF is one of them, and there's a lot of voices out there that either have their own places in implementing those, or those who join the tech sector later on. A lot of people have absolutely no idea any of these things are happening. Also, because of the way certain organizations may have engaged with their own constituency over the decades, we may have lost the engagement from those constituency, and they're not following up. I can tell you there are very senior people in different sectors, academia and business, that some had not even heard IGF, what it is or it's happening, and just some look at the summer brands and they don't think it's just like anything that's going to come out of that. Whereas when you are here, you attend, you know that there is a very genuine intentions. So what I'm pointing out is that, like, thinking about who's not in the room, there was a question yesterday that I don't think it was actually well understood about resourcing in the outreach. Of course, when we put out call for submissions and advertising, we've done our job, but it's really important to recognize organizations that, especially for purpose organizations and not-for-profits, especially those who what they do is not directly visible to members of public. Some of them don't even qualify for charitable status even.
Could I interrupt just for a moment? It seems to me that you are asserting that there are people who should be part of our conversation who are not in this room or who are not aware.
Sure.
I think we would accept that point.
Thanks for
and I think what we would ask is, let us know who you think we should be including in the conversation. That's one of our purposes this morning, is to tease out who is missing from the conversation. We seek expertise of a number of different kinds to help us craft this document going forward. So I accept your point. We then need to know, who are you talking about and how do we engage with them?
Thanks for making it more practical. I'm more than happy to share what comes to my mind, but I'm trying to address a systematic point here moving forward.
Yeah.
I think resourcing the active reach out to organizations is really, really important. We got to knock on doors. Like in the COVID and lockdowns, I knew, for example, a lot of small business that they were eligible for funding. They didn't know, they didn't have resources to even fill in a form.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this, so we have to actively reach out. I'm happy to share the names that comes to my mind separately, not to take this time. I said all these things to get to the point of social contract, and it's got to get a bit nuanced and philosophical here. The way I heard social contract was defined was an agreement between people and those who govern them. I believe maybe this is what I heard. Do you want to correct? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'd ask Annalise to respond.
So it builds on the concept of that. So that's sort of what is understood as the social contract, which is that implicit agreement between a people and its leaders. So what we are doing, and we've sort of said that in the paper, we're building on that concept.
And I'm suggesting we don't build on that, because there is another area that are these are different schools of definitions. And while that's a really novel thing, we live in a democratic society and it's already taken care of, in my opinion. Because tech is advancing so fast, what's missing is the agreement between the people, for them non-binding, so that they have a clear picture, shared perspective of what they think is appropriate. And that's absolutely missing because tech is moving so fast. I'm because of my private sector activities and also a tech community, I do know for sure there's a lot of frustration, confusion on the ground that absolutely have no way of expressing themselves. And there's a lot of good intentions, but when you're running a small business, you are in this tide of heavy forces of the way budgets are introduced, the way who is procuring, and you have to adapt those things. And those regimes are getting more and more complex. If we have a reference point on the ground from what the members of public expect or understand or are okay with, then smaller players and industry players especially, they can build on that or refer to that in their own statements or submissions that we're making. That's the point that I wanted to make. It's not a strong opinion, but my point is that at the moment, not just the internet necessarily, like in other parts of democracy as well, there is no mechanism for that particular type of social agreement. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I just wanted, before you start, I just wanted to reiterate again, we're not seeking to sort of solve all the problems here. We are sort of putting out the question, is this a national conversation that, the auIGF could or should facilitate? Like, is this something that is worth a broader national conversation? And I think if I understood your points, you would say that perhaps it is. There are people that aren't here in this room that should be included. That is acknowledged in the paper. We would be, seeking to do community outreach with the relevant, experts and with, potential opportunities for others who aren't part of this meeting here to participate and to contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Lizzie O'Shea. People may remember me from yesterday. I'm a founder and the chair of Digital Rights Watch. So I wanted to compliment you, Annalise, on the development of this proposal to the extent that you're the custodian. I'm sure there's lots of people that were involved. I do also personally like the language of digital wellbeing rather than other things. What I would say is I think Australia struggles because unlike other equivalent jurisdictions around the world, we are the only liberal democracy without an enforceable rights regime. That sets us apart from others in a very negative manner. So that's a struggle, right? Compared to the Brazilian document that's quite direct and articulate about protecting fundamental rights, Australia sits apart in a negative way from some of those other jurisdictions. And I think what that means is, firstly, it's a negative because then how do you talk about fundamental rights when they're unprotected in an enforceable manner in law? It's also potentially a positive because there are other organisations campaigning for a human rights framework that could be pulled into this dynamic. So, you know, there have been other plans or that look similar to this, including a plan for business and human rights developed a few years ago, where industry was ahead of government, say, which I thought was an interesting dynamic. It's unclear where this particular kind of program of work might sit, but there's the potential to draw in others who are campaigning for those kinds of things. So you asked about who is missing. That's one set of people that could be included. And which draws me to the second point that I wanted to make, which is the other component, I suppose, or the other way of thinking about the social contract is an agreement between citizens to be governed and to comply with relevant rules. And I think the conversation yesterday that occurred where the telco industry is defending its position, consumers feel like they're not being listened to, highlighted some of the challenges when there's not necessarily agreement from all the relevant stakeholders about the deficiencies in the... Oh, sorry. I've been told to slow down. It's not the first time I've been told. I'm sorry. I'll slow down. Sorry. So what I would say is there's a real need to bring in stakeholders, not just with expertise, as Jordan discussed, but also with decision-making, weight, actual representative capacity, particularly, I would argue, of industry, because if they're not prepared to use a forum like that to discuss what they're willing to do and not do, what they're willing to comply with and not comply, we can do a lot of work as civil society organisations that will not have the impact that it needs to have. And I think that is possibly also true of government, although they sit in a slightly different position. So I do remain concerned that forums that are more focused on dialogue, which have their merit, they have to have the weight of participants that have both expertise but capacity to commit their relevant organisations and sectors, rather than just leaving this to be an initiative that others put together and then try and recruit input and buy-in from very powerful stakeholders. So that would be my other piece of feedback, with great gratitude to our Auslan interpreters.
Thanks very much, Lizzie. Good. We have the next comment.
80% of what I was going to say was just said. Very well said. I think there's a phenomenon when you try and define some kind of rights or bar that needs to be met, is that the community says, well, this is what I'm not allowed to do. I'm just going to kind of sit on what other side of those that line. I think the principles in the paper, does say just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. But I think we need to think about how that extends culturally into kind of the culture of the internet, because if it's not enforceable by some kind of regulatory mechanism, then it has to be enforceable by the community, and it's only going to be enforced by the community if there's a culture that exists. And I think there's a danger of just dropping a social contract and not thinking about how that extends into something that is enforceable, but also not thinking about how that extends into something that I guess is implicitly implemented. So this comes to the point where it says in the paper that how implementation, how this is implemented out into society is not considered. But I would say defining a social contract, the people who define a social contract need to take some kind of responsibility over how that is implemented cross-jurisdictionally. because, government always, sticks within their remit and they don't want to go outside of it. That's going to be a massive problem, right? And seeing as the internet's a global phenomenon, right, we need to take global approaches, and I don't think governments are going to do that. So someone needs to. And yes, I would love to be a part of the development of this. Also think that it's really important that a proper engagement and participation plan is created probably as the first step, and that make sure that First Nations voices and voices of minority, both culturally, in terms of ability, age, or various I guess demographics of diversity and minorities also included in that. That takes funding. So we need to consider that as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bruce.
Hi, Keith. It's Bruce Tonkin from the .au domain administrator. I'd like to support the approach and structure of the document. I like the idea of setting out principles, rights, and responsibilities. I think you have to be careful of not trying to boil the ocean, because I'm hearing a lot of comments that sound like, we'll be at this for years. I'd encourage more of an iterative approach. You sort of, start simple and then build on it. One area to think about building on it would be perhaps documenting what would be norms of behaviour or norms for contracts with online providers. And I'll use an example a couple of examples. One is if you drive a car into a car park, it'll generally have a set of terms and conditions. And most of us don't bother to read it because we're kind of accepting that there's some norms of behaviour. If I park my car, the car park will probably close at maybe midnight. If I don't get there in time for midnight, I either have to pay some sort of call-out fee to get the car or I pick it up tomorrow. That's norms of behaviour.
Yeah.
If the terms and conditions said, if you don't get your car by midnight, I get to keep the car, that would not be accepted norm. So that what I really want is not the long list of the standard terms and conditions, but I'd like to know if there's something that's unusual. If it had a big sign saying, if you don't get out of this car park by a particular time, I keep the car, then I'm sort of really understanding what I'm consenting to. Similar for airline travel, you probably have an expectation. I think this is part of the consumer trust side of things, but I think you accept that sometimes there's operational problems and a flight might be cancelled. You generally expect to actually get a refund if it's cancelled. What you wouldn't expect is it's cancelled, we'll book you for next week. It's like, well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be buying the ticket because I need to go today. So it's the difference from the normal behaviour that's important.
Yeah.
And in the paper, there was discussion about the concern that people provide things like dates of birth or your postal address, and that's pretty common with a lot of online services. A reasonable norm of behaviour would be that you're providing that information to help the supplier identify you if something goes wrong. Because if you lose your password and you're ringing someone up and saying, I've lost my password, they generally use this other information to help identify who you are. That would be a norm of behaviour. And I don't really need any special terms and conditions for that. What would not be normal would be that they on-sell my address and date of birth. And if they're going to do that, that should be called out as an exception, saying, we're going to collect your date of birth, then we're going to sell it. Do you consent? So I think it's trying to establish, coming back to principles, rights and responsibilities, but also what norms of behaviour we expect with our sort of online interactions. And the consent is when you're consenting to something outside of that norm of behaviour.
Okay, thanks very much, Bruce. Do we have...
We have a question from Kiki, who would actually like to speak and address the room.
Okay.
Can we hear from Kiki?
Hi, thanks a lot. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Appreciate this panel and the work that you're doing and mirror what Lizzie spoke of. And I apologise in advance if any of my comment or questions cover something you've chosen. I've had to work this morning, so I've come in late. When I hear a few things over yesterday and today, and as I was looking through the paper, I did wonder why we chose this and not something else. As my ADHD brain will generally lend to. So I have workshopped it with a few people, and I think this notion of the social contract is interesting. On one hand, I think that it does add value to some of the things that Lizzie was talking to, and it does lend some weight in the legal sphere and the policy sphere. But I do wonder, when we're talking about the social contract and that relationship within, you know, a community and governing bodies, whether or not the auIGF, when we're talking about silos, or we're talking about needing to reach out more and having more representation, if we're currently in a position to be able to say, hey, we have enough representation to feed into this. While I appreciate that, you know, that there are all these efforts to say, hey, who needs to be in here? What can we do? It's not just a matter of bringing people in. There are structural issues, and I think it was Alexa that just mentioned that. I look to Internet New Zealand, which is what's happening, what's just recently happened, and previously their systemic racism report. I look at what's just happened in Nepal with the social media ban, with the cutoff of social media, and I wonder, where do we stand on these things now, let alone in the future? In a year's time, a lot's going to happen. What it appears to me is that there does need to be some understanding from, I guess, the internal organisations that have that kind of more power, more resourcing, more pay commitment to the internet governance stuff, that this isn't just about policy. It's not just about conformance, but it's about performance. The Internet Governance Forum also has best practice forums, they have special interest groups, and this is information that is available freely, and participation is free. We need to do some community building, and that community development clearly needs to be done with additional expertise from the community development sector, from civil society, from academia, because they have disengaged, and sometimes disengagement, sometimes low engagement, sometimes non-responsiveness is a response. It is an answer. Dialogical community development frameworks are not just talk fests. They develop community. They deliver outcomes. And for me, I look at some of the feedback that's happened over the last couple of days, over the last couple of years, not just here, but within the Internet Governance forums, and I'm hearing the same message. I feel that the questions you're looking for or have already been answered if you go back and listen and understand. Understanding comes from, I guess, what I get from here is that old Johari's window. You can't know what you don't know. There's massive blind spots within the current makeup, and there's huge will. There's huge expertise.
Could I interrupt for a moment? You just said that you think all the questions that we've got in the paper have been answered. I'm not sure that a lot of people in this room would necessarily agree with your statement.
No, I agree with that statement also. I don't believe, because we don't have continuity of the information. People from civil society, from academia, can put very clear interventions at these events, at these town halls, at these things, and it won't be picked up, it won't be acted on. And that's that blind spot. That's that classic, you don't know what you don't know, and that's a representation thing. I wonder, and I do really like this, I do really like what you're trying to do here, though. It just feels that the priority here is around supporting community building and community organising, because you have a lot of things. And actually, I really like Bruce's intervention there, norms for contracts for providers. That's a really unique, tangible thing that I think people could get around. But this broader social contract for digital wellbeing, says, how do you define digital wellbeing? And I know New Zealand has got the Centre for Digital Wellbeing and indicators for that, and that's really good, but that's a slightly different question. And we could go to our policy as code community here and our FOSS community here. We talk about Indigenous rights and data sovereignty, those conferences and those places and spaces exist. We have AusNOG, the Network Operators Group, that share best practices and new and innovative things, so that goes into the performance factor. And we have the Australian All Things in Moderation conference, which gives a whole world on non-technical, non-policy ways that we can help shape healthy online communities.
Okay, Kiki,
so-
I'm going to have to interrupt again.
Thank
because
you.
We've got a couple more speakers.
Thank you. My last question, sorry, is just why this and not something else? For example, the RoamX Internet Universal Indicators, which has been put out by UNESCO and updated last year to incorporate the NetMundial +10 processes and principles that Australia was a lead on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge your comment about community building as one which I fully support. But we'll go on to, I think Donna would like to make a comment.
Thanks, Keith. Donna Austin. So I think, I'll just say, from little things, big things grow, right? So to start somewhere, we could be the group to do that. How that expands down the road, we don't know yet. But I think my sense from the room is this is something that's worthy of pursuing. We can take a first crack at it as the auIGF. We can use the networks that we have to expand a little bit to bring perhaps a broader group of people in. But at some point, and I think this is probably a conversation that will need to happen early, is we need to be in agreement about what the purpose of the document is and what's the problem we're trying to solve with it, and at least get on the same page on that. And then I think we would have a better chance of developing something that everyone's going to be comfortable with. So, but I think, Annalise and Ayla have done a really good job of developing something that we can work with now and develop it and see where we get to in 12 months' time. I don't think this is a 12-month project, given that it will be done by a group of volunteers on kind of an ad hoc basis. I don't know how this is going to work. But this could be a longer-term project. So it's not going to happen in the next 6 months or 12 months, but in my thinking, this is probably a minimum 2-year project. And during that time, we will, overcome all those challenges about who do we want to be involved, what is it we're trying to do, what's the sign-off, do we want enforcement in this? So there's a lot of conversations that will happen during that time that will get us to an end product. All we're trying to solve for here is, do we get it started? And I think I'm hearing that there's support for that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Andrew, and I think Andrew will have to be the last speaker because we're running out of time.
Thank you. Andrew Mara, ACT Government, but speaking as an individual. So I think there is a great value in the social contract being developed and promulgated and shared with people. I have 2 thoughts. The first thought is, in the first point, it talks about technology and humanity almost as separate things. But technology is a tool of humanity. There is no technology without humanity. When you get into the body of the document, it doesn't talk about technology as a thing that needs to be managed. It talks about empowering humanity so that they're able to make choices and they have agency in the use of technology and how technology is used around them. So I think that's an important thought, because it flows on to the second thought, which I think relates to some of the things that Kiki was talking about, and Donna. It's this is a conversation that the IGF can have with a broader community. And Kiki pointed out there's so many things out there, and if you read them and you track them down, this is already answered. But the reality is no one has time to track it down. It's not in the same place. It's not accessible to most people. And so I think the forum like the auIGF has an opportunity to broaden its community by making these concepts more understandable to people, by giving people agency, by forming a larger community who would participate in internet governance. And so I think the artifact itself, the social contract, will be good. I think the process of bringing in a community and more people and empowering them with knowledge that is simple and accessible and relevant to them is going to be as much the delivery of this process. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'd like to draw this to a close now. We're getting close to our time for the next session. I would like to invite both Caro and Annalise to indicate whether they have any concluding remarks they'd like to make. Caro?
Thank you, Keith. And just to thank everybody who did read the paper and who were gracious enough to accept the consensus. We think that these kind of messages from communities like the auIGF are important to make because these are our voices and we want them heard in these kinds of discussions. These are principles and key messages that we feel are very important. So thank you.
Annalise.
Thanks, Keith. Just thank you to everybody who did read the paper and who has engaged in this conversation. The drafting committee, we didn't think we were the first people to think of this. We didn't think that this was, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're conscious that there is a lot happening, but the point is that they're happening in isolation, they're happening in silos, and we think that the conversation is all part of the one conversation. These conversations need to be being had in a more coordinated way, and we think the auIGF could be the place to do that. And if we can develop a set of agreed principles, norms, whatever we want to call it, that could be a really powerful advocacy tool.
Thank you very much, Annalise. And for my part, I would just like to acknowledge all the comments and questions that we've received this morning. I've certainly found some of them very illuminating. We don't have answers for all of the points that have been raised by you this morning. We're basically in a process that we're going to take forward. It's our intention to report back to next year's auIGF. Based on what Donna has just suggested, it'll possibly be a progress report rather than a finalised document. Anyway, Bruce, you had... Temperature of the room, okay. Could we see who in the room, could you raise your hands if you think it's a good idea to have the social contract? That's, oh, sorry. Yes, no, that's about, I reckon, 90% plus of the room. So thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll conclude and hand back to Donna.
Thanks very much, Keith, Carolyn and Annalise. So we're going to go and have morning tea now, and we'll be back here at 10:30. Thanks, folks.
Yeah.
Up here for our next session, please. All right, so our next session is New Playgrounds, New Rules, the Future of Child Digital Rights and Skills. And I'd like to hand over to Abdul Mateen from Project U, who will be leading this session. I'll leave it to Abdul to introduce himself and the panel. Yeah. You're virtual? Anyway, let's go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdul Mateen. I am the CEO of Project U, an education think tank, and I'm a Global Youth Ambassador for Education with the UN, and I co-chair the SDG4 Youth and Student Network for vocational education and future skills for dignified work. It's our honor and pleasure to be moderating today's session. And because we're educators, I'd like to have a little bit of our teaching side come out. And Jay, maybe you could join me in this. If, for those who choose to, if you could just stand up for a second and then give ourselves a little bit of a stretch, a little bit on top. Don't crack your back, put a little bit on the side. And then on the left. Now, thank you. Please sit down. Let's get some energy back in the room. All right. So a very interesting earlier conversation leading up into our session today, and it's a very fundamental topic. What does the future of child skills, child digital rights and skills look like? One of the fundamental aspects that we're walking in today is a lot of the legal and policy changes that we're seeing locally, regionally, and abroad. In November of 2024, we saw the Government of Australia pass the Online Safety Amendment Act, which kept a minimum age for what social media access looks like, right? And the non-compliance of this would lead to a $50 million fine with platforms such as Instagram, Meta, Facebook, and X, and all these other players made responsible to enact this regulation. So a lot of the initial discussions around this were based around the UK-based age check certification scheme. Now, there have also been multiple layers of systems. Whose responsibility is it? Is it us as teachers and educators in schools? Is it parents? Is it community members? Is it civil society? Is it actually the platforms themselves? And this bill actually comes into effect in 3 months' time, in December of this year. Now, across the pond, we have our friends in New Zealand who've also recently drafted a bill through the National Party, which also is looking at banning social media platforms for under 16s. And back in 2011, so they've been studying this for the last 14 years, they've had an Education and Workforce Select Committee. They opened a public inquiry into the harm young New Zealanders face online and the roles that the government and businesses should play in addressing such harm. Now, a critical factor over here is child protection. And child protection, especially online protection, is a much discussed topic within the technical community. And it is, we spoke about in the earlier session about social contracts, right? And one of the big questions that we asked as well was, how do we localize those social contracts? We might have global principles, but the local realities in Australia is very different to India or Indonesia or Dubai or Germany. And how do we really look at our society and what actually works for us? And that's a very robust conversation that we need to have both at a local, regional, and international levels. The World Summit on the Information Society supported the value of child online protection, largely through promoting the existing work of child online protection initiatives under the leadership of the Council of Working Group on Child Online Protection. And the Internet Governance Forum is increasingly discussing the importance of child rights, given the recent events in Norway around securing child safety in the age of the algorithms. Despite this, technology and in some cases, domestic legislation is always playing catch up, right? It's the advent of AI is just another recent example in a 30+ year rat race that we've had with technology and where policy and education needs to come into place. And how do we actually meaningfully, holistically address this situation? Now, lastly, on the topic of digital skills, we are told that approximately 70% of the world's jobs in the next 10, 15 years don't even exist yet, right? So what are we preparing our kids for? And a complete ban on digital tools, are we actually giving them the raw skills and the technical fluency to actually create and operate and prosper in a world where we don't even know what the future looks like? The pandemic revealed the level of importance of embedding digital competency into the lives of our children. And we know that children at 2 years old are sometimes more competent than us, right? And despite this, the edtech market, which is valued at somewhere about $160 billion in 2024, and we're also seeing the rising integration of AI in classrooms, the UNESCO Global Education Report identified that there is inconsistent research and data concerning the use of technology in the classrooms. We can see that here in Australia. What schools are in Adelaide is a very different AI and online experience as to what schools are in Victoria or in New South Wales. And despite 54% of countries now have digital skill standards in their national curriculum, we still are facing vast gaps in the haves and haves not. And AI is just going to accelerate this widening gap. It's not going to get any easier. Lastly, it has become incredibly necessary to discuss the intersection in relation to the children's use of the internet and digital tools in relation to their family, society, education, employment, and the wider community at large. More than 45% of our kids have more online friends than physical friends, online friends from around the world. And that's why, even though we talked earlier about localizing social contracts and localizing governance, how do we control when they talk to somebody overseas? And with this, we are quite excited to start our panel discussion today. And to begin, actually, I'd love to get you guys to participate. So we have a Menti set up. If we can get that on the screen, and I'd love for you guys to answer some of the questions that we're going to be putting up. We just have 2 questions. So either go to menti.com and type out that code, or you could just scan this QR code right here. Give you guys a moment to do that. All right. Few more seconds. All right. Talk about technical difficulties. All right. So our first question that we'd love for you to answer is, do you believe that a social media ban is necessary to protect young people from risks like cyberbullying and harmful content? Yes, of course. So we have a very liberal audience in the room that says we don't need to ban anything at all. Quite high. All right. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a good. How do you want to put that? 80, 20, 70, 85, 15% split on what whether a social media ban works or not. And let's go to our second and final question. Do you believe that a social media ban will prepare a young person for their educational experience and future of employment? We're going to get our answers up. Oh, wow. So we have this gap has even gone even bigger. All right. So this is almost a unanimous decision where we are saying that that a ban will not necessarily prepare our young people for what we need them to prepare. So just like how our audience is excited to hear, this is a very layered topic. It's a multiple facets, and we're excited to unpack that. And we'd love for you to engage with us in the latter half of the session when we have our Q&A. And I really hope that we get some interesting questions sorted out. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it on to my wonderful moderator, Jay Chu. Jay is a STEM educator based out of Melbourne. He's completed the Teaching Excellence Program and the Teaching Innovation Fellowship Program. And he was listed on the Educators Hot List in 2024 for his work in sustainable education. He's currently working on the integration of AI and VR into his classrooms, and his team is currently working on using Minecraft and Tinkercard to teach students about series and parallel circuits, as well as experimental design. He's also exploring ways on how to help students make the most of AI in education and empowering them in the long run. So, Jay.
Very good morning to everyone. So my name is Jay. I will begin the first session that we have for today. So the first session that we have is looking at engagement of social media ban across Australia and New Zealand. We have two wonderful presenters that we have. First, we have Michael, who is from NetSafe New Zealand. And following to that, we have Noel from Internet Society of Asia Pacific. So I'll just give a quick introduction of both Michael and Noel. So Michael, who is currently based in Wellington, has joined NetSafe after recently returning from the United Kingdom, where for the past 18 years, he worked in a number of legal roles in the public sector. He was most recently the Deputy Director of Cabinet Office in Europe Legal Group, and was a core member of the UK team that has successfully negotiated the UK's post-Brexit trade and security relationship with the EU. For Noel, she is the Internet Society's portfolio of engagement in Asia Pacific. This includes the Internet Society's work in policy advocacy and capacity building on issues that are top of mind for the region, one of which is on online safety. In her role, she also represents the Internet Society in regional fora, working with stakeholders to advance an open, global, and secure internet. So I have a couple of questions for Michael for his presentation today. So the question is on how do Australia and New Zealand approach the protection of children's rights online? And what is NetSafe New Zealand's perspective on balancing safety, access, and participation for young people in the digital environment? How do we create the right balance between child and teenage freedom and the learning of digital skills versus online protection? So I'm going to pass you on to Michael.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction. So just to add in a bit of my history, so I have actually been at NetSafe for the last 3 years, so I did need to update my biography. But NetSafe, in case you don't know who we are an online safety charity in New Zealand. We've been around for about 25 years. We've been advocating for providing advice on online safety issues over that time. And since 2016, we were appointed by government to administer in part the New Zealand piece of legislation called the Harmful Digital Communications Act. So we've got quite a bit of experience in dealing with online harms and online safety, and in particular, how that affects children. And the other thing to add is that we've also, over the past 20 years or so, provided education on online safety, in particular to upskill teachers and parents on how to protect kids online. So just starting off with answering the first question, which is how do Australia and New Zealand approach the protection of digital rights in respect of children? Well, in a nutshell, quite differently, actually. So New Zealand did used to be at the forefront of innovations in online harm legislation. So in 2015, the New Zealand Parliament passed the Harmful Digital Communications Act. So that sets up a regime for individuals to pursue redress if they've been seriously emotionally distressed from a digital communication. And parents are able to apply for redress on behalf of their children. So while it's relatively successful in providing redress for individuals once an incident has happened, it doesn't place any proactive obligations on platforms and is not really designed at achieving systemic change. So other than that piece of legislation, New Zealand doesn't have a regime that places proactive responsibilities on platforms and has, in a sense, fallen behind similar jurisdictions. So unlike Australia, we don't have an Online Safety Act. There are no provisions on our statute book just yet that seek to protect children's online experiences. So we don't have this overall comprehensive regulatory model like our friends in Australia. And in a sense, surprisingly, we have fallen behind, in my view. So jurisdictions like the UK, the EU, Ireland, many states in the US do have comprehensive online safety legislation. And New Zealand is starting to look a bit like an outlier in that respect. That said, we have been watching this debate in Australia and elsewhere, and there is now a groundswell in New Zealand for more to be done. So as Abdul mentioned, there are private members' bills proposing a ban on social media for children. There's currently an inquiry in the New Zealand Parliament looking into harms experienced by children online and what appropriate responses should be. And in parallel, the New Zealand government has set up its own policy team to consider what the New Zealand approach should be. So I think we can expect some policy proposals to emerge in the near future. In terms of the second part of the question, so that was what is NetSafe's perspective on balancing safety, access and participation for young people in the digital environment. So NetSafe came out quite early on when the debate was just starting out in Australia against a proposal to ban children from social media. And we've maintained that position ever since. We don't think bans or delays are the right response to what is a multifaceted and multidimensional issue. And we don't think they reflect, or bans don't reflect the reality of how young people use technology. They risk cutting them off from opportunities that digital environments provide for learning, creativity, social connection, and civic participation. But we also think there's a greater risk that bans will push children into parts of the online world that are unregulated and where people, they're not going to be protected. I mean, we're realistic. We don't think that there is a single silver bullet that is going to protect children, place burdens on or obligations on platforms, and solve this issue quickly. We think the real balance lies in recognizing that children and young people.
To go, Michael. Thank you.
Sorry, what was that?
Just saying there's 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. Quickly.
Yeah, thank you.
I will very quickly finish off by saying we think that the balance lies in recognizing that children and teenagers are both vulnerable and capable, and that any approach needs to address both of those points. So, a comprehensive regime involving modernised regulation, investment in digital education, support for parents and teachers, funding of wraparound support services, and efforts to foster global collaboration are much more likely to achieve the stated policy aims here.
Cool. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Michael. I'm going to move on to Noel. So just a few questions for Noel. So the Internet Society is currently aiding government engagement in capacity building for online safety. This is built upon various areas of your work, including your work on encryption and an upcoming paper on age verification. What do you see as the strengths and weaknesses of the current approach that Pacific nations are taking to young people being online? Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, this is on. Thanks, Jay. Hi, everyone. So should we start with the bad news first? It's always good to end on a good note. So let's start with the weaknesses. One weakness that we see is there's still a strong tendency, not just in Australia and New Zealand and the Pacific region, but overall, more broadly in the Asia Pacific region, to think that we can somehow legislate our way out of a problem. In Australia, we see this in the social media ban. In the wider Asia Pacific region, we still see a lot of notice and takedown regimes. The latest iteration of this is licensing regimes for platforms, for content providers. So having, in countries like Malaysia, requiring content providers to have to register as a condition of them operating in the country, to compel them to comply with takedown requests. And a related weakness to this is, especially in developing contexts and in small nation contexts, we still see in policy discussions the tendency to lump online risks together in one bucket and to approach it as if we can solve everything with one solutions package. So an example of this is there's still a lot of discussions around that conflate online safety with cybersecurity concerns, and that's something that we need to be very careful with. And a third weakness, I suppose, that underpin both of these weaknesses is we have yet to have strong evidence to back these policies up. And please correct me, I could be wrong, but we have yet to see robust, long-term studies on, say, the impact of social media on children's well-being. And evidence is very important, as we know. This is not the first kind of, how to say, where we have seen similar measures over the years. One early example is in South Korea. So in South Korea, back in 2011, the government implemented a policy restricting kids from using the internet from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Wow. And the intention was to help them sleep better and help them sleep longer. And a few years after that, that policy, they did a study and they found that actually it only managed to lengthen children's sleep by 1.5 minutes. And it had the unintended effect of actually intensifying children's use of or children's screen time in the hours that they could actually be online. So I suppose it's time to go to the good news. I'm going to be stopped soon, I know. Okay, so let's go to the good news before I get cut off. So overall, I think where the positive side to this is that we are becoming more comfortable in having and adopting a whole of community approach, where we put children and children's interests at the center of the debate. One important aspect to this is recognizing the role of primary caregivers in protecting and just fostering a positive online experience for children. Equipping educators and parents and guardians with tools and skill sets, because parents are at a loss. I don't have children, but I have a lot of friends who have children, and when they see their kids glued to the screen, they really don't know what to do, and the tendency is to just say yes to government control. And we know that it plays into political decisions as well with these policies because, well, parents are a big voting bloc. The second dimension to this is the recognition of children's agency. So we're seeing a lot more kind of outreach to understand how children use and experience on an environment, how they engage and how they interact with the different services that they use, both supported by the private sector. We see corporate foundations backing initiatives like this. We see even the e-safety commissioner and not-for-profits like the Internet Society. So we've supported, I think last year, we supported research being done by the Reset Tech Australia, looking into datafication and finding that children actually really do care and they have a lot of awareness about their privacy and what they want to do with their data. As overall, I think it's also not just understanding them, but also being
Just 10
able
more seconds.
co-design project, like no, not to have them co-design their the skills, the curricula and the digital literacy programs that are meant for children. So having them part of the design and development process as well. Sorry, that was rushed.
No, sorry about that. Thank you very much for your time. So we're going to move on to session number 2. Is a privilege to introduce you to Ellen, who will be moderating the next session. So Ellen is an Internet Society Youth Ambassador from New Zealand. She has held appointments for the SDG for Education 2030 High-Level Steering Committee Leaders Group, the UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report Advisory Board, during the report on Technology 2023. UNESCO, IESALC, and IBM on the AI Competency Framework for Higher Education, and supported the UNESCO Most Bridges Coalition in AI Advocacy. She represented at the Christchurch Core and is currently completing a PhD at the Education Graduate School and Lacanian Study of Digital Technology. I will pass it to you, Ellen.
Thank you very much, Jack. Am I going to hear me? Saying a thumbs up from Ruri. Wonderful. Thank you very much to all of the previous speakers, as well as Abdul and Jay, for setting the scene, particularly in the Australia-New Zealand context, for this big discussion. And it is a big discussion, and it doesn't seem to be that there is any immediate easy fix when it comes to child's rights online and their digital use of tools. We've now moved in this session from looking at the Australia-New Zealand context to looking a little bit more broadly at the global context in terms of what is available in discussion and resourcing, and how this very big topic is being addressed, where we see these intersections of communities being involved, parents being involved, schools being involved, not just government and the tech sector as a whole, and how the intersection of all of these work together. Thank you also to everyone in the chat at the moment who's sharing their perspectives, because all of this ties back to this big context that we have, which is digital tools and technology are essential for the future of young people in these spaces. But what does that mean when we're dealing with universalized tools that do not necessarily appeal to the developmental stages of a young person or a child? So I have two wonderful speakers who are going to present on this topic, and we're very grateful that they are coming here from overseas. I'm aware that Anna is also coming from a very bad time in Paris, so my apologies, Anna, to have you up in the middle of the night, but thank you for being with us. My first speaker is going to be Ruri, who I will introduce, and then I'll now introduce Anna, and then we will go to Ruri's question. Ruri Dempsey is a project officer at the ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific and is based in Jakarta, Indonesia. Ruri is responsible for coordinating and exploring partnerships for the implementation of regional initiatives for the Asia Pacific under the ongoing Smart Islands in the Pacific project, funded by the Asian Development Bank and the South Pacific Joint SDG program in 23 through to 2025. And she is also contributing to the implementation of projects related to narrowing the digital divide, including Girls in ICT, Equals in Tech, Network of Women ITUD, Smart Villages and Smart Islands Initiative, and Child Online Protection. Very busy is Ruri, so we're grateful to have her here today with us. Ana Cristina Diadio is an economist by background and has worked as a senior policy analyst in the GEM Report team at UNESCO in Paris. Anna worked at the OECD on a comprehensive list of issues ranging from financial education and literacy, inequality and poverty. Before joining the OECD, Anna was a research professor in microeconometrics applied to labour market and educational issues. She has taught and carried out research at the University of Copenhagen, at the Catholic University of Leuven, at the University of Aarhus, and the Catholic University of Louvain-la-Neuve. So we're very grateful to have these two wonderful speakers here with us today. I'm going to turn over first to Ruri. We've got a question here for Ruri. What are the key challenges and opportunities in the implementing of child online safety frameworks in the Pacific region? And how can these efforts be aligned with global standards? Over to you, Ruri.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ellen, for the question. From our side, it's my great pleasure to be invited to this very special event together with the other inspiring speakers. We also wanted to thank first the organizing team for their excellent work as well as coordination. I hope that I can make it in the time given. But before I start answering question from moderator of this panel, we'd like to take this opportunity to introduce briefly about the ITU, or International Telecommunication Union. We are the UN specialized agency for ICTs. We are the oldest agency in the UN family, which established in 1865. Our work are separated into three different sectors, including the ITUR on radio communication, ITUT on standardization, and last but not least, the ITUD on development. And each sector I mentioned earlier has different mandate, and we work together to connect the world and beyond. We move to the next slide, please. Based on the latest ITU fact and figure, 5.5 billion people in the world are online, but 2.6 billion people remain offline. While the internet use has grown to nearly 70% of the world's population, for the Pacific, this means more children are online than ever, often with limited safeguards, which highlighting the urgency of strong online safety framework, as the previous speakers also kindly raised this issue. We move to the next slide, please. And in the Pacific, digital growth must also be inclusive, safe, and as part of the accelerating journey to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We, ITU, we support digital transformation through 4 key areas on providing reliable connectivity, whole of government approach, as well as the Smart Islands program, digital skills and inclusion, and lastly, ensuring resilience with data protection and cybersecurity. Shall we move to the next slide, please? Now we also are delighted to kindly share with you about the Smart Village and Smart Island initiative, which connects the rural and coastal communities to digital services that improve well-being and also livelihood. With a focus on women, youth, and persons with disability, it also empowers children, parents, educators to build safer online spaces in line with the global development goals. We move to the next slide, please. And through this initiative, Smart Islands in the Pacific, over 6,000 community members have gained digital skills through this program, covering digital services, digital citizenship, and most importantly, the online safety in some remote schools in the Smart Islands Pacific countries, as mentioned on screen. Move to the next slide, please. Sorry. As to ensure online safety, ITU developed the Child Online Protection Framework, and this Child Online Protection Initiative provides global guidelines for government, industry, educators, families, which help countries to build strategies that are internationally aligned but locally relevant. And what makes the child owner protection unique is its ability to be globally aligned yet locally adapted, which is a model that the Pacific countries can adapt and contextualize for their specific needs. Move to the next slide, please. Move to another slide, please. Our child online protection training, it helps stakeholders understand the risk, apply safety measures, and respond to harm. It also supports the government in creating the multi-stakeholder national strategies and tackling sensitive issues such as online child sexual exploitation. Next slide, please. Children themselves benefit directly through the interactive learning tools that we provided, such as the Some Ghosts Adventures game, which is the ITU Child Online Protection mascot, as we can see on screen, for age 9 until 12, and the Ask Me app for age 13 to 17, co-created with the UNICEF and youth advisors. Move to the next slide, please. Between 2023 and 25, a Child Online Protection Initiative movement has expanded in Asia and the Pacific, including Bhutan, Mongolia, Thailand, Indonesia, Pakistan, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and the Pacific Islands, in raising awareness and also strengthening capabilities both at the policy and community level. And these efforts have produced tangible results, including localized guidelines, national assessment, roadmaps, and also the UN to UN agreements with the UNICEF. And having said that, we'd like to kind of share with you that our activities and collaboration under this initiative has demonstrated how global standards can be adapted to local needs. We move to the next slide. And in 2025, ITU held a training for trainers for the Micronesian countries and the Pacific Information Station on the child online protection. And these activities engage educators as well as policymakers as to build regional momentum for stronger child online protection. We move to the next slide. Ellen, I believe that this is my last slide. And to conclude, the Pacific has made strong progress based on our experience, but challenge remain. By scaling digital literacy and skills, deepening cooperation, as well as aligning with the global standards, we believe that together we can ensure that every child is safe, resilient, empowered online. Thank you, and I'll pass the floor back to you, Ellen.
Thank you. It's a wonderful presentation, and thank you to everyone in the chat who's actually been providing the links from Rory's presentation. I can see you've got a lot of supporters of the work that ITU is doing in child online protection. So I really do encourage you check out those resources, but also the significant amount of work that Rory and the team has done in the Pacific Islands. If you have not already, many of you probably are already familiar with it, but they've been doing some excellent work creating standards and working with other stakeholders at the global level. So thank you very much, Rory, for that very comprehensive presentation. Hannah, we are moving on to you now with your question. From your findings with the report on technology and education, how can we ensure that the integration of technology and education supports, not compromises, the online rights and safety of children, especially in under-resourced and global context? What can the Pacific region, as in the Pacific report that you recently released, specifically learn regarding digital opportunities in the classroom? Over to you, Anna.
Thanks a lot, Ellen. I hope that you can hear me. It's quite late in Paris. It's 3:39 a.m. So, but I'm still delighted to be with you. It's very nice to be here to discuss this very important thing. So I will go through a presentation, and I hope that this will succeed in answering your question. We could really talk a lot about these issues, and the previous speakers have already clearly set the stage and say very important things that are also in the report. So, as you may know, we have published the Global Education Monitoring Report at UNESCO has published different reports on technology in education. And the important point to make here is that technology is the new playground for the learners of today, and it's important to say that just any playground, it brings opportunities, but it also brings risks. When children play, they have opportunities to make friends and to really enjoy their time, but they can fall, they can have problems. So I think that's it's important that to remind us, as the GEM report did, that technology in education can expand access, foster innovation, and support new ways of learning. And in fact, if you move to the slides, technology has offered really a lifeline to millions of children. We know what happens during the COVID crisis, but we know also that it left many behind, those that were not connected, those that were not having access to electricity. But it also offers, as I said, important opportunities for learning, like, for example, through supporting distance learning. And here you have two examples in New Zealand and Tonga for very, very young children, because these are examples for early childhood. And I think that this also means that very young children are exposed to technology since their early years. So this discussion that we are having today is really something that matters. You see here, we talk about correspondence school that provide early child education to children that live in the remote areas. And in Tonga's, there is this accelerated resilience program that includes the delivery of multimodal remote lessons from early childhood to secondary education level. Next slide. However, as I was saying, I think that as any playground, when it offers opportunities, it presents risk. And so we need the rules. We need rules, not necessarily as it can be interpreted to restrict, but I think that we need to see the rules in terms of guidance and protection. And the important point here is that technology shouldn't widen inequalities, but it should help to close them. So what we have done when we were preparing this report, we have also prepared counter profiles on legislation, and we have looked at many different issues, really screening the policies and legislation of 211 education systems that are available on the web at the address education-profiles.org. And you can see here, when we think about 211 education system covering the whole world, so it's not a region, it's the entire world, we see that there are few countries that regulate the use of personal devices in school, that regulate equitable access to technology in school, and laws that guarantee data privacy in educations. The other policies or the other issues are really more for an equity dimensions, but it's also important to say that very few countries have universal internet provision law, and also only half of the country engage in the improvement of access to electricity. So when we talk about the playgrounds, new rules, we need to think that there are still many that are left behind, and we need to make sure that these issues do not concern just a minority. I think that's really something that is important. Technology, as I said, should not widen inequalities. So the next slide. So the important point is that also excessive technology puts physical and mental well-being at risk. We know that technology use has grown exponentially. And as I was saying, and this is a research that we are doing. Very, very young children are exposed and to electronic screens, and often these screens merely serve as pacifiers, and meaning that they just are parked in front of the screen, in many cases to solve other issues. So you can see here the results on the level of exposure that has increased in many countries, and especially among those that have lower socioeconomic status. What's important, because before we were saying we don't know if the bans work, I heard that, and we don't know if we have enough studies that as a sound evidence. It's very interesting to say that in the last few years, and I would say the last 5 years, the number of studies looking at the impact of screen in a very robust way have increased, and many show that exposure to screens, and also here is very difficult to talk about that, because exposure to screen is not one thing. It depends on the content, it depends on the way children are exposed, it depends on the duration, and how, what, and where and when are important questions. But what is important is that studies have shown that there is really a risk on the brain of the kids, especially when exposures happen very, very, very early. And this, as we know very well, these issues accumulate and compound to affect the entire life. Next slide. And because we talked about the ban, we look at this in the report in 2023, and we updated in January of this year, and we are still updating this work. But as you can see, the number of countries that had a ban of mobile phones in school, we are not talking about here social media, we're talking about phone bans in school. We had 60 education systems that had these bans, and by the end of 2024, there were 79. So this is a trend that is going on and continues, because the number of countries still increase. And so, yes, it's true that the report make very clear that bans are not sufficient, and they cannot solve anything, especially because you need young people, you need children that knows what they are using and why they are using. So the digital skills are very important, and the involvement of parents, communities, and the students themselves in this discussion are very, very important. However, we know also that schools are meant to be safe, next slide, very safe and supportive environment for kids and for children. And even if we don't need, I mean, it's important not to mix everything. 1 in 3 learners is bullied at school every month globally. Over 36% of learners experience a physical fight with their peers. And almost 1 in 3 has been physically attacked at least once in a year. Very often, increasingly, especially out of school, this is related to the use of technology. And we know that this kind of school violence can have long-lasting impacts on their safety, on their physical and mental health, on the education outcome. So I'm
have to
I'm
for a second.
2
Thank you.
seconds. Yes, I have 2 seconds. So the way that countries have addressed these issues is different, as you can see here, not just with restricting the use of phones or restricting social media, but also through guidance or empowering young people and having legislation that protect against cyberbullying. Now, concerning the Pacific region, just to conclude, next slide is we have looked at this in our most recent report on technology, and what appears is that there is still little awareness on the opportunity and risk deriving from technology use. Especially in the small island state. And also there is an equity issue that is very important, not just because of the connectivity in terms both of school and of students, but also in terms of the teachers. The teachers lack devices, the teachers do not know how to handle these issues. And then there is also the need of having clearer privacy, child safety policies, and you need really to have a plan for resilience that takes into account the technology and really take into account the perspective of the youth, the parents, and the community in this decision. Really, I think that to move forward, we need a focus on competence and digital skills, critical thinking, online safety, and ethical use. This cannot be done by school alone, and so that's why parents and students need to be active participants in the debate that shaping the rules for this new playground. And if we build a shared responsibility and trust, we can ensure technology empowers rather than divides. Thank you.
Thank you much, Anna, for another incredibly comprehensive overview in terms of digital education, schools, and that space. And also, thank you so much for coming to us at such an awkward time for you. It's either my time or Anna's time. Whenever we work with the GEM report, one of us is in the middle of the night. But thank you, Anna, very much for giving your time across. I want to draw attention to, you were talking about sort of the impact of the digital tools on the brains of a young child when being used in a pacifying way. And I know that what we've heard in school spaces when it comes to digital upskilling, that a lot of educators have been saying baseline literacy skills are often not being hit in those early stages because a child has learned to scroll as opposed to read. So it's an interesting dynamic because we're seeing, as we've seen in the chat, which has been going off. So thank you everyone for contributing there. This is obviously a topic that really interests a lot of people because it's related to our communities directly, and many of the topics previously discussed within the town hall is that we're really seeing a coincide of a multiplicity of issues to do with the actual architecture of the digital tools themselves, the legal side in terms of contracts, and then also the way that the community engages in general. So there is no easy one answer, as we can see, and there's a lot of passion in terms of this discussion as a whole. So we're now going to turn over, I'm going to turn over to Abdul so that we can collectively have a bit of a discussion about this in the remaining time that we have left. But thank you very much again to Ruri and Anna for the wonderful presentations. Hopefully we'll make those available to those who have attended this event so you can look at their presentations again. Abdul, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ellen. In the short time that we have, we'd love to get some engagements and questions from our audience, both in person and online. So if you could please make your way up to the mics, and we'd love to have your questions or thoughts and comments. While we're getting some people up on the mic, there's a really interesting discussion happening online, I have to say. It's like, I think over 150 messages in the space that we've had in the past 45 minutes or so. And one of the themes that's coming about is what's practical and what can actually be done, right? Our panelists mentioned this concept of holistic attitudes towards this topic. There's a comment that says, how do we potentially use things like credit card checks and digital IDs to verify people's age and identity? But we're seeing, especially now, within the last couple of months with the Trump administration in the US, where how that's being used to block people's access and entry into countries, even though they have all the legal documentation to do that. People are being checked on whatever they post on social media. And do we really want to see more of that in the world? That's a fundamental question that we need to ask. And what does that mean for being a free liberal society? But yes, sir, please, your name and your occupation and a question.
Hi, my name is Pat Kane, and I'm speaking as a parent.
Yes.
So 2019 till March of 2020, everybody went home, right? Everybody disappeared. Everything shut down because of the pandemic. If it wasn't for social media, my 13-year-old son would actually have no social skills whatsoever for those 2 years. And so I think it's important that we understand what it can do. But as parents, we also have to understand that a computer is just a tool. I have a circular saw. I have firearms in the house. I teach them how to use those tools. And so we as parents have to understand that it's our responsibility to understand how tools are used. It's not. I am from Texas, yes. Firearms are a right. Thank you. Okay. But
freaking out the Aussies in the room, but yes.
But it's our responsibility to teach them how to use these tools. And yes, somebody earlier said, children are capable. They understand how to work around things. That means that we have to be smarter and we have to learn just as much. And so it's not an obligation of the government to tell us what we can't do. There's age restrictions on alcohol. There's age restrictions on voting. There's age restrictions on cigarettes, on driving a car. And there's reasons to do those things, but it's us as parents that have to say, we need to understand the tools just as well so that we can help them navigate those issues. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'll give a chance to our panelists, both in person and online, to answer. But just as a point, as an educator and as folks that are working on this topic very keenly, a fundamental challenge that we have is what we experienced just now. What is normal? What is okay in different local contexts, right? The flinching that happened in the room when he said guns, my God. But I think that's interesting, and that's a critical factor of what's considered okay and not okay, right? And we alluded to that in our context earlier. But please, do you have any comments that you'd like to make, or?
Was that to your question? Not immediately. I would like to give the
Please,
opportunity
yes.
So when it comes to bans and I guess all of these different programs and legislation, I guess one of the key things to me is at what point do actual people and children actually really get any say or participation in how this is done, aside from something that's essentially just coming down from above? And what are the other parts of this outside of legislation and regulation? I guess it feels like it really goes against all the principles of digital sovereignty or a democratic internet, and especially there's no under 16s in this room that are getting to have a say on any of this discussion. So how do people actually get any meaningful say or autonomy over any of this?
Excellent question. Would you like to?
Yep, I will try to answer that question. So I'm a high school science teacher based in Melbourne. And I deal with students and young children every single day. I'll give an example. So in Victoria, I'm not too sure about the other states that mobile phones are banned in the classrooms. So students are not allowed to bring mobile phones devices into the class, which on paper it works. But as you enter the classroom, students will have all kinds of different devices, and why would they want to do with their mobile phones? They will just use a laptop or use an iPad and probably doing the same thing, but on a different device. So I fully really agree with what has been said across the room on the importance of parents and the importance of educators to actually teach our young children on why is right and why is wrong, and really empowering them, because getting them to have a say is also important. Because what's the purpose of banning it if it's not solving the problem?
Thank you so much. We'll have one last question as we are on time, but I hope this conversation continues in the breakout sessions and the networking break as well.
Simon O'Toole, Dreaming Machines. I started using the internet like really, really like very first early days. You know, when I was very, very young. And, you know, in those days, there was no idea of the dangers of the internet, no idea of the e-safety in general. And I came across a lot of stuff that was really scary for someone who was young, right? But I also learned that there's some places I just don't want to go on the internet. And I found that boundary for myself. I feel like if people keep on setting a boundary for other people, that we don't get the opportunity to set our own internal compass and, you know, test out our own values as a person. And we're just kind of kicking that problem down the road. Maybe kicking it down the road to when they're a little bit older and maybe a little bit more prepared. But they're only going to be prepared if they hit that point where they go, well, you know, who am I as a person? What's my internal character? You know, where is my values and, you know, limits and personal boundaries? I want to give an example of a non-digital.
I think we'll wrap up there unless you have a specific question that you want to ask.
So it's a statement.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, there's kids have been taken advantage of way before the internet's come along, right? And it's not something that was solved before the internet came along. And, you know, we're trying to solve those problems now, right? Maybe we need to just look at, you know, how have children been taken advantage of throughout history and figure out whether it's on the internet or what it's not. How do we solve that problem rather than just thinking about digital?
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I think one of the context towards that issue, and I'm wrap up with this, is are we accelerating negativity or are we accelerating positivity within the internet tools that we have? One of the challenges that we face as educators on a daily basis is the amount of mental burnout that global issues have on young people and their kids. And this whole discussion over the last hour or so was an introduction into this topic. We truly believe that the conversations that I've had, especially online and in person, continue. I hope we can bring in young people, educate them about the context that we're facing, and get them to be involved through legislation, through organizations, companies, platforms, and the like, as well as NGOs to have a more comprehensive and holistic view. And with that, I'd love to thank all of our panelists, our moderators, Ellen, Jay, and everyone else. Thank you so much. And do stick around for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Abdul, and thank you to the panelists who were up early in the morning. A lot of us in the room are very familiar with that. It's a great session, and I hope that you do get an opportunity to have conversations with people outside, so thank you very much. We have our next session will be starting in about 5 minutes. First Peoples and Indigenous Digital Equality in Global Internet Governance. So if we can be back here and the panelists up on the stage ready to go at 11:40. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. If you could take your seats and we'll get the next session started. Thank you. So our next session is how might approaches to digital inequities from the First Peoples of Australia and Indigenous communities enhance global internet governance. I'd like to introduce Rose Jamieson from Internet NZ to introduce her panel. Thanks very much, Rose.
Talofa lava and kia ora koutou, everybody. Thank you for attending our session. I'll just give a little bit of a background and then I'll get the panelists to introduce themselves rather than me trying to do it on their behalf. And then we'll kick off. So our topic today sort of looked at the question of global internet governance and what it might learn from First Peoples and Indigenous community approaches and lived experiences. And so each of our panelists will bring both personal, community and work reflections on what they've seen working and how that might actually contribute to the internet governance model. So I was just reflecting on yesterday. So we had some themes around resilience, trust and diversity and how they help a system to function well. So in the context of sort of impacts on Indigenous peoples globally from colonisation, which, you know, hasn't actually stopped, colonisation is now working in new territories of kind of data and appropriation of cultures and knowledges, and also quite often that is against us in terms of online harms. So we were thinking about if our voices are heard and understood, we're hearing a lot about support for our various underserved communities, but often we're not part of these solutions that are being offered, and quite often we are done to by well-meaning groups. So part of our session today is a bit of a provocation about what our role is and what our voice is in this context. So first of all, I'm just going to hand over to each of the panelists and ask them to just spend a minute introducing themselves. So I'll just go to my right, Simon.
Cool. Yeah, Simon O'Toole, CEO of Alliance ICT, co-founder of Dreaming Machines and the Leap Foundation. I'm a Gamilaroi and Yulia man. Grew up in New South Wales, but now I live on Ngunnawal country in Canberra. I have had a very long history with technology, which is an unusual experience for First Nations people, and really starting to move into kind of leadership because you can only be what you can see. Yeah, also making sure that we work towards bridging the digital divide, you know, for all of the underserved communities in the digital space.
Anna?
Kia ora koutou katoa, he urio no te aitanga mahaki ko ana hau. Kia ora, hello everyone. My name is Anna McAllister. I am whakapapa, which means I trace back to Te Aitanga Mahaki, which is in the east coast of Tika Maui, the North Island of Aotearoa. I am the Community Engagement and Public Policy Manager at Internet NZ. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Yamagata. Nadu Nimba Wawen Mai. Noramba Nangunda. Nimba Wawen Nora. My name's Susan Beatson. I'm a Nimba Wawen person. I grew up in very remote far northwest New South Wales on the Bogan River. So you can call me a Bogan. But it was also on the Barwon River. Outside of the town before 1967, we were living on the riverbank until the referendum, and then we were living in the town itself. Well, not actually, sorry, in the town itself. There are 3 communities outside our town that were built on the outskirts of town. Newtown, Billabong and Dodge City. or what we know as Westbury. So we still weren't actually allowed to live in the town until after some time, after like late 70s to the 80s, when people started to migrate into the town. I've been working in the tech space for 40 odd years, and I was setting up local area networks with IBM and law firms in 1985 or around that time. 1983 to 5, I think it was about 1985. Anyway, I'm now an academic, and I lecture and research in computer science at the University of Queensland. And I just want to show a picture for the purpose of this panel and for what I feel is misunderstood in this space, in particular, the representation, and what people understand is a difference between equality and equity. And we'll be talking about equity on this panel, as I understand it. There are a number of problems with this picture. It actually only shows what appears to be, if I'm stereotyping, black males. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. I'm sure there were lots of people that noticed it in the room, but there's a lot of difference there. And even with this picture, it doesn't talk about everybody having a voice. It doesn't represent everybody. And I think we need to create positions for people to speak for ourselves in all of our diversity, not have other people speak for us. So we want to see the diversity of everybody in these panels, not just for one panel to present, but in each of these panels that are presented, there should be representation from all of the communities. Even a child at the last panel would have been awesome. But
Susan,
especially in the digital space.
sorry, can I just get Andrew to introduce himself because you're now on the topic.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Andrew from Vanuatu. I work currently with the Regulators Office that looks after the regulator for telecoms and broadcasting. I do also have a background. I grew up in an island situation, a remote island. I remember we used to walk to one telephone. Sometimes you make the call. Up until 2008, and you could spend a whole day to make a call. Otherwise, you could not make that call. So I come from that sort of background as well, and it's good to be here. Thank you, and I look forward to the deliberations that we're going to have in this panel. Thank you.
Okay, so Susan got ahead of the game there a bit. So just a little bit of a personal reflection on what digital equity really means to each of you. And so maybe I'll start with Anna.
Sure. When I wrote this, I did write the catastrophic recent floods, and then I Googled it and realized it was in 2023, which is not that recent ago. But in 2023, there were really horrible floods from Cyclone Gabrielle in Tairāwhiti, Gisborne, which is where I whakapapa to. And my world shrunk to a single, very terrifying question. Were my nana and my sister safe? I couldn't call. The physical infrastructure, the towers, the cables all failed. This wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a profound isolation. In a crisis, a digital connection is a lifeline. And we talked about this yesterday as well. For my whānau living in areas that are vulnerable to climate change, and for thousands in regional and Indigenous communities, that lifeline is very fragile. This isn't an abstract issue. Digital inequity has a human cost, and it deepens existing vulnerabilities.
One.
Yesterday we had a talk on digital inclusion, and I guess they measure it across access, affordability, and skills. I think it's really easy to conflate access of devices and I guess applications to access of services and experience. An example I often give is as a First Nations filmmaker, if you want to access some of the tools that allow you to make AI generated film, what is the likelihood that you can generate a someone that looks like someone from an Australian First Nations community? Right. And there's, I guess, some ethical questions that are, still really being talked about, whether that's a good thing or not. But I can say it's definitely not equal because if you're a Caucasian person or a African person or an Asian person, you can definitely do that. So having access to the infrastructure is incredibly important, but we need to be thinking about equity of the whole total experience as well.
Andrew, you started with your sort of day to do a phone call. Do you want to add anything to sort of a personal reflection on digital equity?
Yeah, yes. For Vanuatu, the landscape of communication has changed not too long ago. It was 2008 that we suddenly have some coverage of mobile coverage into the islands. And that's when the regulator's office was instituted. Government developed policies, one of which is the universal access policy, and then the rollout of broadband. But I think the quality of service to these remote areas is also an issue. I had an experience just last year. I went to on a work trip to another island, which is a center, also a commercial center, and found out that I couldn't get on the internet, even though it was supposed to be there. Then that experience, we have been receiving complaints from people, but I experienced it that firsthand. But people were not so vocal about these things. They just live with it, and I believe I think there's some injustice there. But what I did was I went back and spoke to our consumer team and told them about the issue, and they followed up on that. And eventually it was resolved a few months down the road. But the experiences that people in remote areas have are different. And we have these places where you can climb a tree to make a call or to access the internet. So it still exists there. Thank you.
Jasmine, do you want to add?
Yeah, I live in a rural area and I'm from a remote area, a very remote. And 25% of Aboriginal people in rural and remote areas access the internet on a daily basis. When I am at home in my transient place, my rural place, I have to have the phone close to the doorway where I get 2 bars of 5G. And I have to run through a couple of rooms to get to my laptop to enter the numbers. That's the sort of access that I get at home. And I'm an academic. I work at the University of Queensland. When I'm living or staying in Brisbane, to be present in Brisbane, I have full access to everything. when I'm out home in my remote area in Brewarrina, people need, not everybody, but there are people in the town itself that need a card to turn on the electricity in their homes. And they have to take that card out, they have to have it padlocked so that it doesn't get stolen. And they have to take that card out when they leave the house, which is actually out in a public area. So access, like Andrew has just said, is not always available to everybody. And we need to understand, if we're going to bring access and availability up to something that is equal, there needs to be a true understanding of what equity is.
Thanks. So I guess a couple of themes from there were digital connection really does have like a human cost, and it is a lifeline. It's also a connection point, but yes, I was recently on holiday in Samoa and I had one phone that worked, even though there was a giant sign down the road saying Digicel is here, and the other phone just did not work. So we know that lots of people have very unreliable access despite what the coverage actually says. And I did like your point, Simon, about conflating devices and infrastructure with access. So I guess if we could spend a couple of minutes each just to outline some of the different contexts or barriers, whether that's exclusion by design or those things that make it hard for First Peoples and Indigenous communities to access the digital world. So I might start with you, Simon.
I think there's definitely been exclusion by design for a long time. I think Australia, in terms of the access of digital resources, is particularly government services, is a great example of that. There are a lot of barriers to be able to access Australian government digital services for people from First Nations communities, particularly ones that have a low level of documentation or find it difficult to get to locations of government services to be able to sign up for these services or get help from these services. And also the lack of trust with government that was caused, what I'll say is by the government, for breaching that, what little trust there was, is a major barrier to the adoption of digital identity, which is, we're rapidly moving towards being a prerequisite to access digital services. And the government knows that this is a problem. I know that they know because I've, had conversations about it with them, and particularly Services Australia. But there's not a lot of holistic thinking going into space to fix these issues, right? And the more, I guess, the lack of holistic solutioning is, in fact, breeding more, I guess, exclusion by design. So this is a problem that's like constantly ongoing. And will continue unless people change.
Andrew, would you like to maybe give some specific reflections on barriers?
Yeah. Vanuatu has an indigenous population of about 95% of the total population, and about 80% of them live in the rural and remote communities without any proper, essential services, not to mention access to the internet. But one of the key issues to do with the connections is consistent grid power that plays a major role in development in all aspects of developments. Most communication devices require continuous power, as we know, to be used extensively. Today, grid power only exists in a few government centers, leaving the majority of the population to fend for themselves. Most resorting to domestic solar solutions. Even the energy issue is affecting the service providers as well, as they rely on solar power in these remote areas. The other one is digital literacy is also an issue, as people do not really know what to do with the internet, for a start, because when it was rolled out, we don't go out there and tell them, oh, something is coming, and we inform them, and people inform them. The providers would have the obligation to inform them of what is coming. So there's a gap, knowledge gap there as well. Yeah, so a lot of them resort to social media as the only way of getting through the families, and without the knowledge or the of the cybersecurity risks that pose through these channels of communications in the social platforms. And yeah, they become vulnerable as well in this regard. Thank you.
Susan, would you like to?
Yeah, for me, the biggest barrier to digital inclusion is the term inclusion. I think I said yesterday that it's an assimilationist term for me. And that's because I grew up in a mission town. We ran the longest running mission, the Brewarrina mission. And this sort of idea of one homogenous group for Aboriginal people to come into one mission and to then learn English and Christianity and be educated to be housemaids and farmhands was very continues today in systems that are built by predominantly middle-class white males or by a colonial settler perspective. I won't go into the academic space. I'm getting lots of nods from people who understand the terms, but for those that don't, it's really important that you explore it. And these systems are designed by people who are completely unaware of their unconscious bias in this space. And so we need to bring diversity. We need to bring things such as Indigenous governance. And I mean, Indigenous peoples globally. I was born on the lands of Niimba people where Byami's Nunu was created, the fish traps, the largest and oldest man-made structure in the world. And that technology was designed with the principles of regenerative thinking. So when the fish are swimming upstream, we're not allowed to catch the biggest fish. They have to be allowed to go via the fish traps, around the fish traps, and all the smallest fishes continue to grow. So we're always thinking, Byami said, what about the communities upstream? So we were always able to feed people beyond. And we think from 7 generations into the future and from 7 generations into the past. So we think with equity, we think with diversity, and we think about the future, and we think about the whole environment, all living things. So when people talk and think, and that's a collective way of thinking, a systems way of thinking. And when we think from an individualist perspective, from a middle-class white male sitting in the room, understanding I've been given a task, I interpret it this way and I do it, it does not think about everybody. So I think I balk at the term inclusion right at the beginning.
Anna, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. So if we're going to talk about exclusion by design. I'm going to take us back 250 years to Te Reo Waitangi. All of these things are interrelated, and we cannot separate ourselves from our history. So the foundational issue here is really one of power versus partnership. The Crown's obligation is outlined in our nation's founding document to actively protect Māori interests. This is incredibly absent from many different forms of policy, and digital policy is no different. And it has meant we have a legacy of top-down, one-size-fits-all infrastructure rollout that bypasses any idea of true partnership and frequently ignores Māori land rights, as well as community-specific needs. I also want to briefly touch on this idea of cost and affordability. Again, in Aotearoa, we're going to go back to 150 years for that. And how that's presenting today is a really clear, direct barrier in terms of data poverty, where low-income households, which are disproportionately Māori in our nation, are having to choose between, are we getting data, are we getting Wi-Fi, or are we getting food? And in the end, I'm sure we all know which will win out in that. Last thing that I wanted to mention on this point is a bit more in the content layer. And that's about the idea of how safe are these online environments for Māori in my case. And I can absolutely attest that they are incredibly unsafe, particularly if you are a Māori sticking your head above, the rest of the crowd and saying what you believe and know is right. That is a massive barrier for people even wanting to engage in a digital space. And I know that that's present across other diverse groups as well. So when a digital platform or a digital world more broadly doesn't represent your language, your values, or your culture, and is at times violent towards you, why would you want to engage? And I'll just close on this particular point that the example I shared before around Cyclone Gabrielle is just a symptom of a wider issue. Infrastructure is not being built with, by, or for Indigenous communities, and that makes it inherently less resilient for all. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to wrap up some of our themes there in terms of barriers. So there's some themes around, one, we need power to make this stuff work. Two, essential government services are now online, so that presents some problems. Definitely a lack of trust, as Simon mentioned, in government generally. Susan's talked about the use of terms and unconscious bias that is designed into our system. And Andrew mentioned digital literacy. And I think Anna's point on the power imbalance and power versus partnership is probably just an ongoing theme and barrier, not just about the digital world. So I guess, why don't we turn our minds to what have we seen work? And sort of what are the enablers that you know of that have worked and seen within your communities, and maybe share a couple of examples if you've got them. So I might start with you, Susan.
I know that Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance works for our communities. I know that developing systems with communities to ensure that Indigenous integrity and Indigenous validation. So we're currently developing AI that considers elders' understandings of how we should be organising these and designing these algorithms, and when does it need cultural validation? When does it need elder input? So we're slowing the systems down. Proprietary systems are not where we want to be because they are far more costly, but they're where we need to be for our Indigenous knowledges. But for me, what we need is, we need to think about helping grow our skills base, not just in the underlying levels of the basic skills. We need to grow people's understanding of what an elder said to me, "Oh, you make me feel real good, you do." And I said, you need to understand that our knowledges are of value to everybody. And the chief scientist said, we need to go out and collect all of these Indigenous knowledges for the benefit of all. And my response tweet was, we need to leave those knowledges where they are and facilitate ways for all of these Aboriginal communities in these lands and Indigenous communities globally to understand the context of those knowledges in the digital space that will benefit the local nations, and then think about where we might go nationally and globally with those. And one example of that is Colin Saltmere's work with Indinjali Didndu mobs, who looked at the and patented the Spinifex, the nano structure of the Spinifex glue, which we know is the strongest glue known globally. But they're now looking at that. They've partnered with UQ and nanotechnologists. And according to UQ, it's potentially a multi-billion-dollar business. But all of that money, well, not all of it, because they do have a percentage share, but over 60% of that money is going back into that community. And now that community has intergenerational wealth for the future. And they're the sorts of things we need to be thinking about with our knowledges going forward, and where governance benefits Indigenous peoples, instead of seeing these knowledges go and spread globally and people taking them and running with it.
Simon, would you like to, what have you seen work?
Well, I guess more broadly, self-determination works. When we are empowered to be able to solve these issues ourselves. Really doesn't matter what these issues are for our own people. We get better outcomes, and those outcomes are largely good for not just First Nations people, but for everybody. As First Nations people are, custodians, will hold that custodianship role for kind of the ecological spheres that we live in. Investment is something that I've seen work quite well. Lately, there's been a shift to more kind of non-traditional investment models, allowing essentially equity ownership of infrastructure for First Nations communities. While there is a return on investment for the investor that that puts up that money, it comes other ways than just forever equity, which allows not only that building intergenerational wealth and outcomes, in the short term, but also perpetually as well. And that's all compounding. What we also need is just the infrastructure there to be able to innovate, because we think differently. We all think differently. Every different community out there on the planet thinks differently to everybody else. And diversity of thought is important, and it's going to bring value to everybody.
Anna, would you like to comment on sort of
Yeah, I might just,
works well?
Yeah, I might just jump off some of the things that Simon said in terms of funding. So Internet NZ is also a philanthropic funder within the digital space. And one of the things that we've really seen work in terms of digital equity is that we know that digital equity and equity issues generally are very specific to the geographical region that they take place in. So what we've done in the last financial year was we partnered with a local, a really good kind of contributor and organizer in the Gisborne community, actually, not favoritism, just because I come from there, I swear. And we basically said, here's this grant round. We know that you have a very wide community of people working generally in the digital equity space. We're going to let you decide how you distribute the money amongst yourselves and to what kind of projects. Taking away all of the power from us as a funder was vital in seeing that community having the control and power to actually do what they wanted to do and what they knew would work in that space. And I also wanted to touch on what you spoke to briefly around the sovereignty space. There's a few really good examples in New Zealand. There's an organisation called auNet, which is our.net.nz, which is a Māori-run ISP that is running a pretty revolutionary model in terms of ISPs. They provide affordable, fast internet to low-income households specifically. And they're also solving the device barrier that we often see in terms of ISPs and Wi-Fi, and they're managing the router service for these households as well. So these kinds of solutions are really practical. There's also other things that I could get into, like sovereign cloud services or iwi-run GTLDs. But there are lots of things happening in New Zealand in terms of us getting sovereignty in the digital space that I think are really exciting and important.
Andrew?
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I think for us is in Vanuatu, the economics, as you know, is the key to any extension of the network to such places. I've been in the regulator's office for quite some time, and we keep having the same comments coming. There's no money there. We can't go there. So I think the government made a very good decision to have a policy in place, which I mentioned earlier, the universal access policy, where the operators provide at least 4% of their income to go towards the extension of the network. So this was managed by the regulator. So this was a plus where a lot of things are happening, and we put out more comms towers around the islands through this policy, and has extended the coverage. The government also has a 15 years energy roadmap that it's been 10 years already. Not much progress, but it's there. We're not directly, the regulator is not directly involved in that roadmap, but we have seen it progressing, but I'm not sure how far it can go in the next 5 years when it laps. However, having said that, the satellite coverage in Vanuatu is 100%, like any other place. From two major players, we have the Pacific satellite network and the recent Starlink, which sort of provided some comfort to the rural areas in terms of connection. It's a plus for the schools, small businesses, and other government services that are within the rural context. We also have new laws that are being enacted now to curb cybercrime and harmful digital content and other social media controls that are in place. For us in the regulator's office, there is a SIM registration exercise law, a regulation that has been introduced a couple of years ago. That's a major step in sort of connecting identity to communication. As I said earlier, the digital literacy is still there, but we, as from our perspective, we go into these communities every now and then to educate them in various technologies and the challenges and, the cyber risks that are there. So that is something that we do on a face-to-face interaction within the community. So I think that's sort of what's happening currently. Thank you.
So what I'm taking from some of our themes about what works is like sovereignty is important. Cultural validation is always important. Having a good skills base, in particular, thinking about self-determination and the custodian role that Indigenous peoples quite often play. I'm interested in the sort of models of equity ownership and reinvesting back into community and having community-led solutions. So, we found in New Zealand those do seem to be working quite well for us, where we're not the centre of attention in terms of giving funding out. And in particular, a number of Indigenous-led and First Peoples-led businesses and solutions is working quite well. So sort of closing up now. So we're coming back to the sort of internet governance question. So if we're thinking about the multi-stakeholder model, rather than being part of existing multi-stakeholder groups such as civil society, academia, etc., what might it look like for Indigenous peoples to have their own recognised multi-stakeholder group? So rather than being at somebody else's table, we're our own table, I guess is what we were thinking. So if I could ask each of you to sort of reflect on, one, how do you think Indigenous perspectives enhance internet global governance? And do we need our own table? I'm going to start with Anna.
Yes. Well, yes, absolutely. To answer this question, I wanted to talk about three particular concepts from Te Ao Māori. For those of you who are familiar with the culture, we love a metaphor. We love a rhyme. We love something that evokes emotion in people. So the things that I wanted to talk about were tino rangatiratanga, which we've touched on throughout this kōrero, as well as rangatira to rangatira engagement and modelled off our beautiful new queen, Kotahitanga. So in terms of tino rangatiratanga or the sovereignty space, for Māori, it's really non-negotiable at this point. We don't want to get involved unless we can control it and do it ourselves. It's not a political concept, it's a practical right to control our own digital destinies, our data, our infrastructure, and our narrative. Globally, this translates to community-led connectivity models and recognising locally led by Indigenous people or First Nations data sovereignty movements and directions as a fundamental right in governance frameworks. In terms of rangatira to rangatira engagement, it's not just this government to stakeholder model that we're often seeing, particularly in internet governance. It's about a meeting of leaders with the autonomy to negotiate and decide on things. For a global IG, this means creating formal structures and seats at the table, not just for nation states, but for Indigenous nations that have a rightful claim to partnerships in policy making. And lastly, in terms of kotahitanga, I think that the idea of the Māori ISP, OurNet, and that model is really not about maximising individual profit. I'm not going to get into capitalism and the issues with that here, but if you want to talk to me about it later, I'm happy to. And it's about lifting a collective digital well-being. This isn't, this kind of concept can really challenge the global IG community to measure success by not only the kind of standard metrics that we have, but include equity as a metric and even further liberation as a metric, as well as resilience and community benefits. And just to close off, I'll say that the pathway to true inclusive digital future is not just about laying more cable, it's about embracing at a governance layer Indigenous models of sovereignty and partnership and building an internet that not only connects us, but is also resilient and reflects all people.
Grows us.
Okay. Andrew, I know you've been involved in internet governance for a number of years, so be interested in your reflections.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, the technology keeps changing, as we know, and as I believe with other islands, Vanuatu is lagging behind in policy and regulation. The discussions around this were not non-existent at some stage back then, but 7 years ago, after the Asia Pacific IGF that we had in Port Vila, a group of few of us got together and said maybe we need to look at the national initiative for an NRI, and that translated into reality when the government supported and the regulators with the regulators office to have the initiative set up. It's like you know, in Vanuatu we say nakamal. I think that word might ring a bell, but nakamal is a place where we get together traditionally and sit and we share about. It's like a meeting, and then we talk about the decisions, the opportunities in rural settings, and then we agree, and then we move forward. So the Vanuatu Internet Governance Forum initiative was set up in 2018. Unfortunately, it has had some issues and it's still there. Hopefully, we'll have it sort of going by 2026 again. But we used to run what we call Vanuatu Regulatory Internet Forum. It's similar to the Internet Governance Forum, and this is where we bring together different voices from different communities, from the government and from the private sector and civil society to discuss the matters of internet. And I believe it is important that this is a channel as well for national initiatives so that the user experience at the grassroots can and their voice can be heard at the global stage. So yes, I think there is some opportunities. There's work in progress in our communities, and I believe we're heading probably in the right direction. Thank you.
Simon.
Two major camps in the First Nations community before the Voice to Parliament referendum largely sat on, the model's not great, but let's get it in, we'll fix it after, or, no, we're not going to compromise. Either, get it right or don't do it at all. And I think that, largely what was wrong with that model is that we've got 17 representatives across over 250 First Nations, and bringing all of that information together through a set of representatives that don't fully represent those language groups is going to homogenize those voices that are from different cultures into one kind of mass of Indigenous voices. These are problems that aren't really well understood by the people that designed these structures. And while we have people that don't understand the problems and not are involved in the problems and not a part of those problems, we're always going to see poor solutions emerge. And that's why I think it's absolutely 100% mandatory that we have our own multi-stakeholder group, because not only do we know how to design such a multi-stakeholder group effectively for the needs of First Nations people, but the solutions that come out of that is going to be, effective. we haven't seen effective solutions come out for a long time. We're still, Australia's still trying to bridge the gap by throwing useless targets at them and always saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't meet those targets." It's when's it going to stop?
Susan.
Indigenous women's governance has worked in communities, in business, in Indigenous business since millennia, and we continue to work in that way. But bringing those voices into these spaces can be problematic. It can be empowering, but it can also be oppressive. And so a global Indigenous internet governance space is fully supported by me, and I think we should be looking at similar opportunities for all of diversity. But I think, now that we have 4 fellows of the Australian Internet Governance Forum, we'd like to see how our ways of understanding governance across this entire continent. And I know Jenny and Michael and I have been talking, and we've been talking also with our new fellows about how we can progress something along those lines. But what we also need to do is think beyond basic digital skills and think about how the internet it's not just getting people to engage in the internet, it's getting people to understand what the internet can do for us and how the internet is problematic for us. So that's critical to get that word out and to get people to truly understand why the internet and engaging in internet governance and policy is important for all of us. The economic opportunities for Aboriginal people and for Aboriginal people to grow in our economic space, to create intergenerational wealth, will benefit all Australians. And it will actually see not just our way of surviving and thriving, but our way of governance and what that actually means socially and on a holistic level for all Australians.
Right. We're happy to take questions. So if our people want to come and line up, and I'll just wrap up some themes from that. So some of our themes have been, again, around sovereignty and controlling our own destinies. A definite yes to some formal structures within internet governance, really thinking about equity as a metric, and really thinking about different ways and traditional ways of debating and governance that might enhance internet governance. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. And
could we just go to Astrid first? Is that okay? Thank
you. Rose too. I've got 2 online who've got questions as well.
Okay. We'll just do Astrid and then move up.
Sort of leaning in on what's been discussed, but from a personal perspective, but I think people in the room who maybe want to enter the space with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and other First Nations, what policy mechanisms can be embedded within the governance framework to ensure that meaningful inclusion of Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander and First Nation voices, while also recognising and reducing the incredible cultural load that arises from repeated demands for cultural labour, often free or tokenistic.
Who would like to take that one? Do you want to take it or do you want me?
I think we both should.
Yeah, after you.
Look, I think that First Nations people have got, does everybody understand the concept of cultural load? I think I might just ask, should I just briefly,
colonial load, by the way.
Yeah, it's I guess the expectation put on people from certain cultures to be able to educate and represent those cultures. Typically, at least in the Australian context, as that's expressed, is that you're always asked to participate in things like areas of policy in your employment diversity programs, being a seen figure to attract more First Nations people in that space. And it's important part of reconciliation that people participate in those kind of activities, but the burden needs to be mostly on non-First Nations people to be able to reduce the cognitive and conscious and unconscious biases that they have, to be able to achieve a level of cultural competency, understanding and learning about our histories, our shared histories, so that you're coming into the conversation with a level of prerequisite knowledge that you should have before doing that. So you're not expecting us to come 98% of the way. And that's really where cultural load becomes a problem. And at the moment, First Nations people are expected to come 90%, 98% of the way. So,
For me, it's colonial load, and it's an additional load that is imposed by colonisers on Aboriginal peoples who require us to take away from our actually employed position and do the research for you. So what Simon is saying is that that 90% of load of helping people understand what things mean, the information is out there, and we'd ask you to do that yourselves, rather than have us as the employed person, which is paid to do a particular job, and then we're not doing our job because we're spending most of our time doing the colonisers' research. So in terms of policy, the question was about, how do we, well, my response to the question was about engaging. We can create policy that ensures that we're looking beyond the people in front of us, so that we need to think about how we're connecting with Aboriginal peoples, Aboriginal communities, and how that actual policy works. I'd need to sit down and think about writing that, but we can do that together if that's something you want to do. But I think it needs to be about broadening, where do we go? What do we do to engage or connect with Aboriginal communities, to bring the voices to these forums, to these, to understand internet governance, to ensure that we're actually embracing all of diversity. It's not just Indigenous views, it's all of the peoples. It's not just the people in the room, the people who've been designing policy from all of the past. It's about creating policies that embrace all peoples and living things.
I'd like to just add something, sorry, very quickly. I know we have questions online. I don't feel like we're going to potentially get to them, but we will try and answer them after. Just from a New Zealand perspective, I think that a few things that we've really seen is, governments and policymakers will research the same thing 100 times across 3 different election cycles and start at the beginning every single time. So I think read what you've already researched and written, please, because we've often said it multiple times. I would also say that there are, and I know Kiki mentioned in a previous session around Internet NZ Systemic Racism Review, which we obviously paid an academic to do, and then followed those recommendations accordingly. And I would also say I've been in the rooms many times when government has come to Māori asking for various different advice. And there have been Māori in that very room who have been very verbally and vocally upset with everything that the government has done for the last 250 years. And we were very much paid for the pleasure of explaining how upset we were. So pay them for that pleasure and be grateful that you're getting it, is what I would add. Thank you.
Do we have time for any online questions, or do you want to give us one online question?
Yes, this one is from Alina Raki. She had 2, but I'll pick one. Does the current thinking, and I think that may be about exclusion by design, incorporate innovation, advancement, and solution/service/product capabilities designed by the industry or business technology providers?
Does the current...
Was there an end to that question?
Yep. Can you repeat the question? I know it was a long one, but
Yeah,
please.
sorry. Does the current thinking incorporate innovation, advancement, and solution/service/product capabilities designed by the industry or business technology providers?
I can have a go. I would say in terms of the current environment for innovation in the technology space in New Zealand, which I'm thinking that the question is around that, that going back to what I've said previously, sovereignty is our key position. It's our key ask. So having that ability to innovate, find solutions that are specific to our communities requires not only funding, but funding which disrupts power between the funder and the fundee. So I think that that's the key thing. I mean, there are lots of Māori communities that will never ask for money from the government and will never want money from the New Zealand government. And in those particular cases, having an intermediary that has a positive relationship with the community is really vital, someone that's trusted. I think that answers the question.
I think there's massive gaps in funding for innovation, which disproportionately affects First Nations innovators. Not sure about elsewhere, but in Australia, we've got a thinking around early stage innovation funding that ensures that you can only get funding grants from the various programs if under a matched funding arrangement, which means essentially you need to put up 50% and they need to put up 50%. And they say that that is to ensure you have skin in the game, right? But if a First Nations person is inspired enough to get up and do something about a particular problem, it's likely because that problem is very close to their heart, to their community. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, that is our skin in the game, right? The skin in the game is the experience that we've had generationally and intergenerationally that we're trying to solution for.
And just on that, when we're talking funding, the majority of Aboriginal funding or Indigenous funding in Australia goes to the multi-layers, the multi-levels before it gets to the people on the ground. So I know in my community back in around 2010, I was looking at the amount of funding that goes into the community every year, supposedly. $30 million was given toward the Brewarrina region every year, and nothing changed for people on the ground. And all of the services that were running were non-Indigenous charities. And nothing changed for my family and my people on the ground. So the problem that we have today, when we request funding, is that the money goes to the big corporations, the non-Indigenous corporations who know how to develop technology for Aboriginal people, as opposed to the money going to Aboriginal organisations or peoples who do know how to develop technology with people.
Thanks, Susan. So we have to wrap up as a panel, but I'm sure everybody is happy to answer questions, and we can answer the other online question if possible. So I'd like to thank my panel for taking the time to share their lived experiences, which, as you say, quite often is a cultural tax on people. So just recognising that, and thank you very much.
And thanks to Kaurna people, and we have a traditional owner in the room. Thank you for being here, and cheers.
Thanks, Rose. Do we have a Matt Healy in the room? So we are going to break for lunch now, but starting in about 10 minutes time, Matt and his team will be seeking some input, have a conversation around a revision of outers licensing rules. So if folks are interested in that, could you please come back in then? Matt, did you want like a minute just to give people a bit of an overview of what that is now? Or you just 10 minutes time, come back into the room? Yeah, all right. Yeah, all righty. So at about 10 minutes time, folks. Thank you. everybody. If you could... What? Hi, everybody. We're going to get started again in a minute. So, Sylvia, you can bring your panel together. Hopefully the room will fill back up again soon. All right. So our next session is Fostering Trust Online for Australians, the Human Element. And I'm going to hand over to Sylvia Cadena from the World Wide Web Consortium, who is a moderator for the next session. Thanks, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Well, I hope that you have your coffee and all your calories are getting all the juices flowing so we can have a big conversation about trust in Australia. I'm super honored to be in this panel with great women that are sharp and smart and super committed with the development of the internet in Australia. So I'm very happy to be able to moderate this panel today. So I'm going to do a very short round of introductions based on the biographies that the AUDA team was so helpful to provide, and then start with the panelists. And we have Rachel joining us online. So thank you so much, Rachel, for your participation. So thank you for your patience while we go through this. So first of all, this panel is follow-up of this beautiful report that AUDA published that I encourage you to download and explore and read and appropriate, and also to promote as widely as possible in the future iterations. It's been going on for quite a few years. This is the 5th edition. So it's also want to commend AUDA for keeping that research going and to kind of share with us what the status of the society in Australia is in particular points in time. There's always good materials to refer to and see the progress that we are making and the things that we cannot address or have not addressed correctly. So, well, my name is Silvia Cadena. I'm the Chief Development Officer of the World Wide Web Consortium. I've been on that job for just a year. Last week, it was a year after 17 years working at APNIC. So it's really nice and concentrated in the Asia Pacific region. So this job now has a global scope, and I'm super glad to still be able to have my toes in the Australian community, and I really value this couple of days with you all here. So if anyone is interested in open web standards and would like to have that conversation separately, I'm here, and I'm just an email away. So my panelists I'm going to start with Rebecca on that end. So Rebecca Papillo is the Director of Media and Communications at AUDA. Rebecca is responsible for AUDA's corporate communication and media, and she and her team develop and share news and insights about the .au to help Australians build their online presence with a Trust AU website or email addresses. Rebecca is also the AUDA lead on the annual Digital Lives of Australians research series. Go, Rebecca. This is fantastic. Digital Lives of Australians research series, helping internet users, businesses, industry professionals, and policymakers improve the online experiences of Australians. She has a background in telecommunications and government with a focus on reputation management and strategic communications. So welcome, Rebecca. Then I have Rachel Falk. Maybe I'm pronouncing the surname wrong. Please correct me when it's time. Joining us online, Rachel is one of Australia's leading experts in cybersecurity and regulation. She's the former CEO of the Cybersecurity Cooperative Research Centre in Australia for over 6 years, and her advice has been sought by global companies and organizations, governments, parliamentarians, and big bodies. Rachel frequently comments in the media on cybersecurity, critical incidents, regulation, and policy, and has played a central role in the collaboration between government, industry, and research institutions aimed at lifting Australia's cybersecurity capability and capacity. She has been at the forefront of the response to recent major cybersecurity incidents. So thank you, Rachel, for joining us today. And then finally, I have Lizzie next to me. Lizzie O'Shea is a lawyer and author and speaks regularly about law, technology, and human rights. Her writing has appeared in the New York Times, The Guardian, and the Sydney Morning Herald, and in my feed, in my screen, almost daily. Lizzie is a founder and the chair of the Digital Rights Watch, which advocates for freedom, fairness, and fundamental rights in the digital age. She also sits in the board of Blueprint for Free Speech, and at the National Justice Project, Lizzie works with lawyers, journalists, and activists to establish a CopWatch program, for which she was a recipient of the Davis Project's for Peace Prize. In June 2019, Lizzie was named a human rights hero by Access Now. There you go. Go easy. So without further ado, I'm going to just pose the first question to all the panelists. And I'm going to start with Rachel. Knowing that Rachel needs to leave early, I want to give you as much time as possible for your participation. So according to the Digital Lives research, almost all Australians, 99%, report the internet adds value to their lives, with 78% of small businesses saying that they couldn't function without it, and it's increasingly valued for community connection. Is the critical role that the internet plays in enable our digital lives and Australians' low trust in the online environment a contradiction? What do you reckon on
It's
that?
a really good question. It's good not to see the questions beforehand, or at least not to refresh myself. Look, I think that there is, without a doubt, the internet has revolutionized our lives when we think of all the things that we can do online without ever leaving the house or the tracksuit. And I think COVID proved that, you know, you can buy clothes from overseas, you can order tickets, you can do banking, purchase travel arrangements. So it is pretty incredible. But I think the juxtaposition is that cyber criminals, or criminals generally, have been very adapt easily and very innovative, and have found a way to exploit, I think, some of that trust. And not just I'm talking about cybercrime purely, but it's also in the mis and disinformation space that we see. And also with young children particularly, and young adults being particularly vulnerable to not just scams, but truly very serious and horrific crimes. So I think we're now entering an age where we realise that those of us often do realise that not everyone who says they're you know, Sally and they're a young adult are really Sally and they're a young adult. So I think we recognise there is a degree of criminality behind it, and people who do have pure intent to cause harm. I think the rise of mis and disinformation and that left unchecked sows the seeds of discontent in not just our communities, but we're seeing that in our broader communities. We saw that last year with the riots in the UK. We saw that particularly influential online identities, or not just people online on various social media platforms. All it takes is one or two posts, and people can form in a particular town, and they form for the purpose of violence. And it might be anti-immigration, it might be anti-asylum seekers staying at hotels. So I think there is an element where we are now living with the wonderful opportunities of making our lives easier in so many facets. But we're also now grappling with this almost bizarre world where harm can come upon us. And you have in the UK, I mean, Keir Starmer, who is a former prosecutor in the UK, former Crown prosecutor, he stood up at 24-hour courts to process people who were taking part in violent, and I won't call it protests, in violence in the UK, all incited on various social media platforms through certainly disinformation. So we're living with that, I think, and that is a strange time to be in. And I'll sort of leave it there for maybe others to build on that.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll go to Rebecca next.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you for the introduction, Sylvia and Rachel, for your great
opening remarks. Before I jump into my response, I did just want to also thank the committee for having this session on. I've also got a copy of our report, got a couple of them floating around. We're very proud of our research, our Digital Lives research, and many people know that OUTA obviously runs the .au, which is incredibly important to Australians online. But this piece of research is really about helping us understand the challenges and the opportunities that Australians and Australian small businesses have online. And so now in its 5th year, we use opportunities like this to make sure that we can share that research as far and wide as we can, so that it actually flows through to initiatives and policy that can help Australians and really uplift their experiences. So thank you for that opportunity. And if you want to learn more or have a flick through the report, please come and find me afterwards. I do enjoy talking about it. But in terms of the question, which was around, is it a contradiction to have this low level of trust, yet this high reliance? I don't think it necessarily is, but it's certainly not ideal. It's not the situation that any of us want to find ourselves in. The research shows that almost all Australians do get value out of the internet. And Rachel spoke about some of those examples and some of those really important ways that it connects communities and societies, fuels our economy. But another piece of finding in the research that I think we'll touch on a little bit later in more depth, but it shows that there are people who are actually opting out of some online activity because of their fear of that online environment, because of their fears of cyber scams, and being a victim of cybercrime, essentially. And so we know that if we're going to be able to take advantage of the full benefits, we can't have people opting out. It's going to reduce the impact of the internet and all of the opportunities we do have. So I think it's really important that we can dig in and understand what are those trust drivers? Where is the system currently not meeting those needs? And how can we as an internet community help uplift?
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that was also one of the most interesting things, I think, in the research, people opting out around certain kinds of concerns, because I must admit I didn't necessarily admit that. I anticipate that. I wasn't entirely surprised about the high usage but lower levels of trust. I think there are some obvious explanations for that. You know, so much of digital engagement occurs through platforms, through services, through infrastructure providers, which feels like it should be a public resource, but end up being private corporations that are often very large, very hard to deal with as an individual consumer. And so there's that power differential aspect that can come out, I think, or explain some of that discussion. You have to use the internet because it does bring you these benefits, but you're sometimes very frustrated because it might not always work to plan, but you don't necessarily have much that you can do about that. And that might be the mis and disinformation question that Rachel was raising. It could also be about how you use social media platforms to advertise your business, you know, lots of different aspects. It's not just kind of the traditional human rights things around freedom of speech or privacy. So there's lots of ways in which I suppose that unaccountability, that lack of transparency and that power differential can give rise to feelings of concern around engaging in online environments. But then what I think is really interesting is an appetite for reform. And that's the other finding that comes out from this research that I'm sure we'll get to talk about in a minute. But opting out in the absence of that trust is a problem. But what is also quite clear from here is that there's a mandate for strong regulation from everyday people who want to make use of the internet, but want to have a reason to trust the companies that they have to engage with in order to do that work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I'm taking some of the takeaways from each of the questions as we move into the next ones. So I'm going to take on the positives following something that Noel said before and try to focus on the positives. And I'm trying to remember when was the first time that opting out was introduced and how much there was kind of like doubts that people will actually go through the process of opting out of a particular something. So in my book, it's actually really great that people are opting out because it means that they're taking some, or at least the minimum level of control that they can have about their own digital lives. So I guess it's now more on what's next, right? How do we help people to take and move that control, from their own agency forward. So the next question.
I do think that's a very valid point. Usually the way it's framed is voice or exit, right? If you don't like how something is happening, it's voice or exit. And I hadn't actually thought about opting out as being a positive in that respect. But what I would also say is sometimes discussions around using either digital services or particularly in the context of AI, trust is perceived as a problem that other people have. Why, the starting point for convincing people to use these services or products is that you're wrong to mistrust them. And I don't think you convince anyone with that, right? Trust is something to be earned, not demanded or sought.
Yes.
And that is, sorry, I'm taking up more time than I should. But what I would say just quickly is I did do an interview on my podcast for anyone who might listen to it. You may not, which would be understandable. But if you want to, you can, with Damien Kasabgi of the Tech Council. And he talked about some of the problems in this space as being solved by technology as well, that it's better to regulate outputs than design, because it's easier to do. And to me, that's not privacy safety by design, but it's also not engendering of trusts. Things shouldn't have to go wrong in order for us to understand that processes and transparency and accountability are important. And so I think it's a valid point you raised that exiting may be the only option available to people, and our job is to listen, not treat them as the problem.
Thank you. Okay. A strong majority of Australians say online privacy is a major concern and believe cybercriminals are getting smarter. Many are actively avoiding certain online activities as a result. What's the one thing that we should be prioritizing to rebuild public trust and confidence with online privacy and security? And I'm gonna start being a moderator, and I'm gonna say it's one thing. So Beck, to you.
Okay, well, there are certainly many things, and I dare say my co-panelists might go more into the regulatory and policy space. So, the area I will talk about, the one area, is the culture of cybersecurity. I think it can be really overwhelming as an individual or as a small business owner to work out where to start or what they should be, or what should I do? I feel like my data's been leaked. Is there any point? But of course there is a point, and it's really important for the entire Australian population really to have an uplift in that cybersecurity. And so I think what we wanted to start talking about cybersecurity through that like cultural and people lens, not just the technical. There is a lot that's technical. We're always going to need those technical experts and have them stay at the forefront of, emerging risks and technology. But there are a lot of things that as individuals that can be quite cultural, or, governance processes that small businesses can put in place. So talking about cybersecurity with your staff, pointing them to trusted resources like cyber.gov.au. Our CEO, Bruce, has an example that he likes to talk about, which is if you have a physical premises, maybe, and you're leaving the work site at the end of the day, if you're a small business, if you've got a lock on the gate, you're going to put that lock on the gate. But a lot of people aren't using something as simple as multi-factor authentication. So those tools are there. And so it's about educating people that, yes, it might take a little while to set it up, but actually not that long. But it's really important, and it's going to give you an added layer of security. So, and this isn't a novel idea, but some sort of national awareness campaign. We talk about the seatbelt safety or the slip-slop-slap of, when I was growing up for sun safety. So really thinking about bringing everyone's baseline level knowledge up. And I think that will become more and more important for small businesses, but everyone working in the workforce. I know the Home Affairs Minister last week was talking about the human firewall. So humans are definitely at the forefront of needing to be that first line of defense for cybersecurity. So talking about it more, breaking it down, simple solutions for individuals and small businesses is one place we can
Thank you, Vic. Back to you, Rachel, if you want to add a point
Sure.
to this question.
I think it's always really hard when you're confined to one answer. So I'll just break it down into two things. Sorry. So absolutely personal, we do in the realm of our own space have to protect our own data where we can. So I break it into what I can personally do to protect myself, but also when I'm sharing data, it's where do I want to share data and where must I share data, right? And there's a gray area. And I encountered this the other day checking into a resort, and I mean, this is the stuff that I often want to write op-eds in. They said, look, for ease of reference, you can just download a photo of your driver's license just to make the check-in process easier. And if we can give us all this data, that'd be really great. Can we get a photo of your face? And I was literally seething because A, they don't need that. B, you can never consent to their data policies. You wouldn't even take the time. Now, they do say things, oh, it's okay. When you get to the resort, you can always do it by you can just go line up at the check-in desk and do it. But it's all presented under the guise of convenience. But that is just a massive data collection exercise, broadly speaking. It might be convenient for you in the moment, but also data collection. So that's where do I want to? No, but might I do it for convenience, but where I have to? And so it's very difficult in that have to space where you have to share your data. Government services, Medicare, there are parts we inescapably share your data, and that's what it is. And you have to trust government. You have to trust that they will protect the data. But my thing is where you don't have to give data, don't give it. Examples, would be the checking into the hotel or other things, find ways around where you don't have to share. Loyalty programs, great way for data collection. Stores love it. You become the product, and I freely admit in some cases I don't mind being that product, but going into that, I think with open eyes. Personally, I think as Rebecca said, it can be very overwhelming for people, and we've all probably talked to our grandparents or parents about what they need to do when they're sort of being safe online. But look, patching and passwords are the two things personally and in business too. Always keep your operating system up to date, and that is your own iOS, never put that off. And passwords, have a password app. It is actually a gift when you use it. It is great to have a password app. Never, ever, ever reuse passwords, because once they crack one, they will then have access to all your other sites. And where possible, use biometric data to just your face is already stored in your Apple, if it's Apple, it's stored there, to get into sites, because then it saves having to remember passwords. It is important that you become a harder target. To Rebecca's example with Bruce Tonkin, you just have to make sure that you have quite good cybersecurity hygiene personally, so that you just aren't a victim of a scam, that you don't click on a link, that we all make mistakes, but that you don't leave yourself vulnerable to that. And there are lots of ways around it so that you get really good advice, but you're protected in terms of what you're doing online and going to safe places. But also, if you do click a link, it's not the end of the world, but what do you do when you click a link, and knowing also what to do? It shouldn't be overwhelming. It can be, but just one step at a time. And in fact, at Outer, when I was there was also a great thing, which my mother thought was revolutionary, by the way, is when you get an email purporting to be from Sydney Water or whatever, you just hover over it and see that, in fact, Sydney Water doesn't have a Gmail address. So do you know your domain? Is it coming from the right domain? And my mother seriously thought that was revolutionary when I taught her that. But it's just one small thing that can help make people secure. And I think that's just really important. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, I would take from your points like the connection between what a culture of cybersecurity is in an organization, and then what, as a person, how you adjust that culture into cyber hygiene practices that we take. I always remember very loudly the voices of a past boss that was always saying that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. So it's one thing that the businesses that engage with you can do their part, you do their part, and your employer do their part, and government does their part, then things tend to work a little bit better. So The next question.
Can I pitch in quick?
Yeah, of course.
I would say that one thing I think that we can do in the short term to address both of those is to help people make better decisions, help companies behave better by introducing strong privacy reform. I mean, this is on the table. It hasn't been advanced and it should. Some reforms were introduced, but 100 recommendations the government has accepted still are on the table. That includes, I think, a regime that would orient us closer towards a program of data minimisation. It would also give people the right to delete information. These are all very normal things in other parts of the world, and we should be able to do it. I mean, there's also talk of removing the small business exemption, which I think would be actually a huge improvement for small business, which is often a site of experimentation for off-the-shelf products. So there's benefits to small business as well. I'd also like the political parties exemption removed, but that's just me, and I think we're going to be up against that. What I would say is that is a clear rights-respecting reform that would make it easier for individuals to have good cybersecurity. It would incentivise good behaviour among industry, and also some discipline among government officials who often try to instill regimes of data collection that are excessive and create further cybersecurity risk. And I think that is a program of reform that is achievable. It's also immensely popular. You know, north of 90% of people, when they're asked about this through the OAIC or similar, who runs a regular survey of individuals about their attitudes to privacy, support strong privacy reform. So these are all reasons, I think, to advocate for that.
Thank you, Lizzie. Well, I'm going to plug in something that probably I shouldn't as a moderator, but when you say about making better decisions from the start, we have talked in a few of the other panels about privacy by design, user-centric principles and things like that. So I just want to also point out how important it is to have a look at the actual stack of standards recommendations that WTC has around privacy and security that people can, small businesses can uphold when they are developing their own websites to try and use verifiable credentials so that you give agency to the users to see how much data they share or they not. But just looking at these decentralized systems as a way to make the better decisions so that not everything needs to be regulated. There are other ways in which consensus can be built and agency can be added, but people are not looking at the standard stack as one of those ways of making a better choice, I guess. So the next question is about artificial intelligence. So more than half of Australian consumers and small businesses use AI. But many Australians don't believe AI companies have appropriate data protections in place, and the majority want stronger regulatory safeguards, a potential barrier for adoption. Can regulation bridge the trust gap when it comes to using AI? What else is needed and whose responsibility is it? So I'm going to start with you, Lizzie.
Yes, so as I foreshadowed earlier, I think what this piece of valuable research does tell us is that there is a strong appetite for reform. Many people want strong regulation of artificial intelligence, and that's also backed by other research. People may be familiar with this survey already, but KPMG ran a global survey where Australia ranked either dead last or second last on optimism about artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of talk from industry about the high rates of usage in this country, but clearly people feel that it's something that they shouldn't feel optimistic about or that they haven't yet trusted. What also comes out in the research, though, is that very large numbers of people think that regulation is important. In the KPMG report, specifically, the question was asked about international insurances and regulation that complies with international standards. And 83% of Australians said they'd be more inclined to use artificial intelligence if they knew those things were in place. And there's some different kinds of questions, but very similar in this research that backs that idea. So that's, I suppose, a little frustrating in an Australian context where we've had a safety standard created in the last administration, but now that looks like that will not become mandatory. It will just be a guardrail, but not a mandatory one, whatever that means exactly. I think that is disappointing. I don't think that's the only way in which artificial intelligence can be regulated. I mean, we're talking about a very diverse set of technologies. So there's still a lot of scope, I think, to enforce existing laws. So I should say, I do think it would be beneficial to have specific legislation, and it will be a disappointment if that doesn't proceed. But I think we should be looking to regulators with remits in this space to do more work, find ways to elevate and discuss instances of harm so that people can turn it into a complaint, a form of feedback that can be fed into the system through existing channels of regulation, and empower regulators to do their job. I think there's lots of other avenues for agitating around these things, of course. I'm a campaigner in my heart in some respects. So I think there's work that can be done by civil society organisations to do that kind of campaigning work. But it would also be great to see industry come to the table and offer forms of compliance and assurances without the need for hard regulation. And I honestly think that will be the way in which they get better take-up of their products over the long term. And so that kind of leadership from industry is something I would welcome, and it remains to be seen whether it will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Lizzie. Well, I will go to Rachel for your input on that question.
Yes, I think it's a hard one. I think at its core, what are Australians mistrustful of when it comes to AI? So what are they mistrustful of? Are they mistrustful that their data will be used in ways that they can't contain, or will be used for a great LLM and then lost and sucked into a great machine? Absolutely. I think that we don't understand, because we don't have regulation, but we also don't understand where data goes, instantly makes, and rightly so, I'm not criticizing this view at all, makes people suspicious, because you have no control over the data flow or the confidentiality or integrity of the data. I went into the GP the other day and the GP said to me, I'm just trialing some software. Do you mind if I have a recording device that records all of this, my notes, and it's just used by AI? And I went, yeah, actually, I do. I don't mind if you want to record it, but I don't want you using my name. I don't mind if you record parts of it. But again, I go, and I just said to him, because I can't help myself, you don't know where that goes. You don't know where it's stored. You don't know ultimately what will happen to that data. And that's sort of a big sort of question for all of it. I think to the point about new law, from what I've heard, we will not go down the EU route of an AI Act. It seems to be too complicated, and once was heralded as a great thing, it seems not to be so much anymore. I also hear discussion about analysis being done around existing laws and seeing whether they're fit for purpose. But the challenge here is very similar to the challenge we had in cybersecurity a few years ago. Existing laws might be fit for purpose, but it takes the common law a long time to catch up. And we're dealing with that now when it comes to regulation of certain aspects of cybersecurity and corpse law. We don't actually have a case at the moment, any common law decision on what reasonable steps in cybersecurity looks like under APP 11, because it just takes time. So I think the challenge is, and I don't like this expression, technology gets ahead of the law, but that's just unfortunately in a common law jurisdiction. You don't have case law to help shape and sort of make those norms about what's acceptable. So if we do want to use current and existing legislation and we think it's fit for purpose, and I think we need to, the government, I think it's government's responsibility here, needs to come out and say why they think certain acts are and what would the use cases be that fell into it, and have some public discussion about that. And I'm sure, I don't know, I'm assuming that's in the pipeline, because if we believe the Competition and Consumer Act is where, that certain aspects of misleading and deceptive conduct, or how we regulate data. But to me, one of the things that with privacy we haven't quite got right yet either is consent is amazing. If you were to have open consent at the start, like the GP did with me, but if you were to ask people, people would opt in or out. But we'd also educate people about, you might want to opt into this particular AI program because it does X, Y, and Z. But I think demystifying and importantly understanding what it does and doesn't do, but understanding where your data goes and where it doesn't go and who will not use it. My experience is unregulated, and I'm talking in every context here, unregulated organizations do things with data because it's really valuable to them. So, and that's not me criticizing organizations, because they do. It's enormously valuable for business insights, to drive sales, to understand your customers, and that is a good thing. I think just done with consent. And so having that transparency and commitment to some principles, and I know some organizations do, they have transparency and they have AI sort of governance principles they used, is a good first step towards helping consumers understand, but also I think organizations themselves becoming accountable for how they use AI.
Thank you, Rachel. Beck, do you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of ground covered by Lizzie and Rachel and all important considerations. I do think Rachel touched on one really important thing there, which was that public conversation that needs to be had. And so it'll come as no surprise as a member of AUDA that obviously it is a complex area. So our position is always around that multi-stakeholder engagement and making sure that the community does get an opportunity to provide feedback, whether it is on, I think the opening panel yesterday was speaking about it, Minister Brown saying, understanding the problem, and then coming up with what potential solutions could look like. So having that opportunity to have that dialogue and that feedback in any discussion around AI and regulation. I think the other thing that we've seen is we know in the research that people are saying, yes, I want regulation, but what is maybe an area that we can look into a little bit more in future research and in conversations that we're having in multi-stakeholder engagements is what do they mean by that, going that next level down, which areas of AI are particularly uncomfortable for them, and what would make them feel more comfortable.
Thank you, Vic. Well, I guess one of the beauties of IGF events is the opportunity to share like what's going on in other national internet governance forums. And when the global IGF happened in Norway, there was quite a big display of the national AI models that are starting to pop up. And I don't know if the team from the auIGF might be able to kind of share some links with the people that register for this meeting. But I guess the Norway event, model and how they are doing it with the safeguards and a sandpit that is only for Norwegian use and Norwegian companies and in Norwegian and indigenous languages. And the Swiss model that Aperto that was just opened a couple of days ago, I think that those examples might help see how it can be used for local purpose within the local laws that make it fit for purpose, and demystify some of those concepts that are out there that are a little bit far removed. So maybe there is something there that we can do in terms of sharing information from different NRIs, national IGFs, I mean, into this forum, this discussion. So conscious of the time, we have a couple of more questions. So, but I would want to leave a few minutes for your final remarks. So I would ask all of you to just try to be more succinct in the next couple of questions. We only have 21 minutes. So an uptick in multi-factor authentication in 2025 is likely in part attributed to more digital platforms and services making multi-factor authentication a requirement. How can industry work together to create a baseline of online security standards that protect consumers and build trust? So we'll start with Rachel on that one.
I think it's a really good question. And I think back to Lizzie's point around small business, also the small business exemption perhaps wasn't there too. That they're small business are a really important part of the ecosystem when it comes to multi-factor and putting in various cybersecurity principles. So I think everyone has to do their part. And if it's multi-factor, if it's just not retaining data and having data purges. But I think the important thing for all of us to remember for all businesses is we are all part of an ecosystem. That's our data that's being dealt with. We rely on small businesses, also rely on other suppliers. So implementing small initiatives, but my suggestion would be something like essential aid in some way from the Australian Signals Directorate. Just helps make the ecosystem stronger. Even small businesses who aren't bound by the Privacy Act, for example, can data purge. In my previous organisation, we took a decision to not keep CVs or data of applicants for roles if they aren't successful applicants. You don't need that data on your system anymore. So small things just make a big difference, and not having excess and I'm talking about personal information, but having personal information of people on your system is great. So small things and small steps, even sort of, as I said before, patching and passwords and having small steps you can take in your organisation just makes all the ecosystem better if everyone agreed to do one or two things. But it's getting to the small businesses so that they also understand they might not have to do it, but they need to do it because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Rachel. Beck.
Thank you. So as we spoke about earlier, Digital Lives is now in its 5th year. And so over those 5 years, the top concern that we've seen from individuals and small businesses has remained the same. And it's always around cybersecurity and data privacy. So over 5 years, we haven't really seen any movement in that. So it's obviously an area of great concern. It's not going anywhere, and it's not going anywhere particularly quickly. If anything, in this year's research, there's been evidence that in some ways it's getting a little bit worse. People are saying cyber criminals are getting smarter, and that percentage of people who say they're actually doing less online or choosing to not do certain activities online has increased since the last time we asked that question. So there's definitely a role for industry. I spoke earlier about culture and trying to uplift what people can do, but we certainly can't leave individuals to work it out on their own. The onus should not be on individuals to solve these problems. And so I think, as Rachel was saying, it's looking to industry to make these improvements. Sylvia mentioned privacy by design. So this privacy by design, secure by design. I think we need a greater push to get those taken up by industry so that those solutions are built into technology from the outset.
Thank you, Beck. Lizzie, do you want to? Short.
I'll be short. Yeah. I mean, I would just say it's very interesting observation. So I am again grateful for this kind of data because it's very useful. And it is also supported by research that comes out of the OAIC in their various polling, and the numbers of people. One of the reasons that comes to my mind is the number of people affected by data breaches continues to go up. And I was looking for the stat while we were talking, couldn't find it, but I will find it and report it at some point. But it's more than half of people will have experienced a data breach over the last 12 months. And if you look at the notifiable data breach regime, it's going up and up and up and up, right? There is not a plateauing of the occurrence of these things. So that is a problem that needs to be fixed because it's not something we can solve while their real world experience is one of cyber insecurity. And that's as much an industry problem as an individual one. And that's our job to do. Now, I would just say one more thing quickly, which is I do think the integration of artificial intelligence products into existing business services has been encouraged immensely by the government, but it does come with cybersecurity risks. People are possibly familiar with the example of McDonald's using a chatbot to solicit applications for jobs, and then some researchers disgorged the entirety of the contents that had been provided to that chatbot. So everybody's CVs who'd ever applied for a job and personal information. This is in the United States, but I think there's an assumption that outsourcing to third parties that provide artificial intelligence is something the government wants us to do, but also that it might not come with cybersecurity risks where it clearly does. That may be also a question then of broader reform around attribution of liability with developers as opposed to, say, deployers, so that there can be clear lines of responsibility for ensuring cybersecurity as we integrate this sophisticated technology into our daily lives.
Thank you, Lizzie. Well, we have only 5 more minutes for the last question, and then I'm going to leave 10 minutes for questions from the audience. So if just wait there just for a second, or unless your question is about specifically this point, are you okay to wait? Okay. So, or we can skip that question and goes to We can skip the question.
Yeah.
Is okay? Okay, let's skip that question. Please go to your question first.
I was recently at a meeting of the Australasian Institute of Digital Health, and
Sorry, would you mind to introduce yourself first?
I am from the Welland Institute, and they were presenting some work currently ongoing by a team at the Women's and Children's Hospital here in South Australia on integrating AI tools for summarising case notes in a hospital context. And they've already got a lot of regulation on data privacy, and it's like can't be shared with anyone without explicit consent, has to be all on premises, like all of the hardware. So they've done lots and lots and lots of research on how to manage user trust in the efficacy of their tools. It's that within the context of the digital lives research.
So the digital lives research, we speak to individual consumers of the internet and small businesses. So we haven't looked at kind of big case studies in organizations and things like that. When we were setting up the research, we really wanted to dig down into that perspective of the user and how they find their experiences.
If I may clarify, is efficacy of AI tools yet a consumer concern?
The efficacy. So we haven't looked at efficacy. What we have looked at, I think I'm getting this right, is the use of AI. So what are people using it for? How much are they using it? And what they're using it for and how they feel about it in terms of sorry. I've just lost my train of thought, sorry. But no, we haven't really looked at that, but each year we do take on feedback and look at what is the next layer that we want to look into and understand at a deeper level. So yeah, definitely open to ideas on things like that.
There is a little bit of research that I know about, which I can share with you, where they've dipped into use case. So there's trust when it's a low stakes use, which makes sense to me, but the higher the stakes when it comes to the use, the more concerns there are about using the product. And I mean, I infer that that's around efficacy and the like, but it could be for multiple reasons, but it would sort of align with perhaps what's underlying your question. But I think this is an interesting field of research because I think what you're describing also highlights the challenges with using data sets to train models that are historical, that can involve biases of their own, which only become obvious once it's deployed. And the other reason why I think this is an interesting example to raise is there's lots of people involved in the regulation of these kinds of technologies, or that you could draw upon. You don't necessarily need an AI Act to kind of deal with or potentially kind of start to unpick the problem you're describing. Like there's the TGA, there's medical associations, and the like. And I mean, I'm sure you probably know this, but there's a move in the United Kingdom to require medical transcription services to be registered under the equivalent of the Therapeutic Goods Administration here. And so it may be a whole of economy exercise at points of deployment rather than, say, some of the inherent challenges with using historical data to train models that then give non-transparent answers, because that may not be available in the proprietary ecosystem. If we only have the capacity to understand these problems through outputs, maybe then we have to go to specific regulators to do that work as a way of building confidence in their use.
Thank you, Lizzie. I want to look if we have any comments or questions from the remote participation.
Thank you. Yes, we do have one question directed towards Beck. Can AUDA address some of the diversity in the cohort selection next year? It's only M/F, male, female, and 2 out of 3-ish are from metro areas. That one's from Kiki.
Yeah, thank you, Kiki. And yeah, a really important consideration, and is a really important consideration for AUDA as well. So when we work with our research partner, who I did mean to give them a shout out at the start, it's Second Newgate, who we work with to produce the research. We have a lot of conversations about the importance of diversity at AUDA. We have a role for doing what we do for the benefit of all Australians. So it's certainly front of mind. And so the conversations we've had with them and the way the survey is designed is to ensure we have a representative sample. And so we have marketing panels that people participate in, and we make sure that we get those key demographics. In terms of gender, I do believe that we do give people the option to provide to other options than male and female, but certainly it's something that we can take back on board and look at and discuss with our research partner.
Thank you, Beck. Any other question from the audience? No? Okay, then we can have time for the last question that I have prepared. The digital lives research indicates there is a lot of confusion among the public about digital ID, and many people are skeptical that digital ID will keep their data more secure than providing personal documents to a range of providers and businesses. What needs to be done to help Australians trust in new technologies such as digital ID? And how will this contribute to greater trust in the online environment overall? And we have 5 minutes for the three of you to go through that question, so you can have 1 minute for final remarks. And I have the timer on.
Should I start? Okay. So I guess I think similar to what I spoke about before, I really think digital ID comes back to awareness and understanding. It's a big change for people to get their head around what digital ID is, and certainly in the research, people weren't aware of it. The people that were aware of it and that were using it generally thought more favorably of it. So getting that education out to people. But I think there's really a trust gap there for people, and it's around where people trust. So a lot of people trust what they know, which is, giving their data to a lot of small organizations. Rachel gave us some examples before, but trying to educate people that yes, putting all your data into a centralized digital ID might feel a little bit daunting, but the risk is exposure through a lot of smaller organizations. And so again, that awareness and uplift of education around what it's there to do and how it can protect people, I think will be really important.
Rachel, 1 minute to you.
Great, thank you. I think, so yes, document verification system does exist. It is used by many organisations. That might be a surprise, and it is where they can actually verify your identity by documents being lodged and your identity being in the DVS already, rather than you having to give, as Rebecca said, individual pieces of ID everywhere. It requires two things. It requires government to make it known and make it so that organisations take part in it, and for it to be generally raised and have awareness of it. And so organisations that use it, then I think we found through some of the big breaches a few years ago, they don't need to store disparate bits of ID in their organisation. They just need to use DVS to verify customers legitimately, and that can be done that way. So a high level of getting the standard, getting it to work, the system to work for everyone, getting a high level of awareness about it, as well as the federal government's own sort of ID verification tool. And ultimately, it comes down to what are the advantages of using it and encouraging adoption so that we can get people to move to a safer level of digital verification.
Thank you, Rachel. Lizzie, 1 minute.
1 minute. So with the introduction of this regime, one of the stated objectives of the government was also to reform the Privacy Act in support of this regime. That should be followed through on that promise, in my view, because these things go together. And then, of course, there is some discussion around changing some of the guidelines around it. What I think would be most helpful for a digital ID scheme is to say that the government provider provides the best quality, most safest form of digital ID available, and that's how you build confidence. I think potentially deviating from that to encourage take-up, to encourage private providers into the market does come with quite significant perils and risks, and does undermine the mandate for which it was originally passed. So that remains a concern for us.
Thank you for those 15 seconds that you didn't use.
Against all odds.
Okay. So now we have 5 minutes for the final remarks from all of the panelists. So I'm going to start with Rachel, then Lizzie, and then Beck. So
Sure.
Rachel, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's not 5. That's 5 minutes divided up between us, right?
5 minutes for the 3 of you.
I will be efficient and quick. Look, I think there is no doubt, as we've heard today and through this fantastic research, that digital lives, we now have digital lives, and there's no going back. There is no going back to the library where you research, or a world where you went into a bank teller and there was no such thing as ATMs or internet banking. It has truly changed the way we, certainly in first world countries, we conduct our lives. But with that comes a dark side, and I don't think we can ever be blind to that either. We, as I think we mentioned earlier, cyber criminals and nation states are incredibly innovative. They just simply find different ways to exploit people. So it's not a set and forget. It's really important that we protect our own information as best we can, our own devices and our own identity. But we also make sure that those who bear responsible for being custodians of our data, organisations large and small, also have responsibility to protect that data. And I think we should demand that of them. So I will still continue to have my rants when hotels want to take photocopies of my licenses, which they can't do, by the way. There's no legal basis for them doing that. And my children just roll their eyes and get very embarrassed and walk off. But I think it's important that we do have agitators out there who still remind people, even though it's not the fault of the poor person at front of house. But it is important that organisations are held to account, and that they do, that it can't just be that organisations blindly follow a process they may have already followed for years. But bit by bit, we will make it safer, but it's a role, and that each and every one of us, both through to large organisations and government, all have a role to play to continue to make it both flourish and be a great world we live in, a connected world, but also just keeping one eye to the potential downside, so that they don't lurk as large in our lives, and they're just an annoyance and something we learn to effectively manage. Over to the next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Rebecca, your minute.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, I think Rachel has kind of done a really great summary on what we've talked about. From my perspective, I just want to say that we do this research annually. We're really interested in feedback and comments on it. So please come and grab me or one of the other people wearing outer t-shirts afterwards if you'd like to chat a little bit more about it. You can find it on our website, and I do encourage you to read it and share it and disseminate it widely, because that is why we produce it. We're really committed at Outer to looking into trust and upholding trust in .au. Those of you who were here during the lunchtime session, that's something we're continuously working on, making sure that we do hear the views of the Australian public and can uphold trust through .au and in a broader digital setting. A great way to stay connected with Outer and keep across our information is by becoming a .au member. There's information about that on our website, and then you can get access to our research and many other things we do when it becomes available. So thank you.
Well, I will be closing this panel now, and thanks all the panelists for their participation and their contribution, remote contribution, and honestly to encourage Auda to keep doing this report for the foreseeable future, and probably go back and check on questions and that were asked before, to see how we compare progress and change, and how we move forward or we don't. And how probably we move backwards sometimes, but to keep the ball rolling and to engage as many individuals and small businesses in this process, as many people cannot participate in this more high-level discussions. And I guess you will be taking feedback from others about how to move forward this research, but I guess it's also a bit of homework for all of us to do in terms of what our role is in making lives better for people in this digital world of us, and how Australia participates in this process. And as Rachel said, be the agitators when need be, and being the voice of reason when there is a requirement to do so, because it is very important that we all the discussions that are happening here and the conversations and the points that people make, if you are in another setting where some of these issues emerge, maybe refer to this and point them to the research or point them to the session, so that they know that they're not alone in this quest for understanding that we are in, and there is a lot of work to be done, and this is not the end. It's an ongoing conversation. So I thank you for your patience and your participation today, and I do look forward to the coffee and the next conversation coming up. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Sylvia and your panelists. So we're moving into afternoon tea now. We're on the home stretch. We'll come back here at 3:15, 4:15. Yep, 4:15, 3:15. Thank you. Sorry, can't do the math. We'll come back here at 3:15. We'll get a bit of an overview from the rapporteurs from the sessions, and then we'll close out with a panel. Thanks. To take their seats so we can get started on this last session of the day. Please. Alrighty, thanks everybody. Okay, so we're going to cover off 3 things in this session. Each session had a rapporteur, and Rowan is going to organise to bring them up, and I'll give a couple of minutes just to give an overview of their session, and that will form the basis of a report that we will put out after this event, hopefully sometime soon after the event. Following that, we'll have an open mic session. So if you want to come up and say how wonderful this was, or how not so wonderful this was, or just make a general statement, that will be your time to do it. And then we'll have a closing session, which Jordan will moderate, where we'll have a few people who will form a panel and give us some feedback and views on the last 2 days. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rowan to bring his crew up.
Thanks, Jonah, and thank you everyone for coming after the afternoon tea. We have done all the sessions and everything, but now this is our time to reflect on what we have discussed and who is the better person other than our rapporteurs who have done the hard work to take the notes and done all the back-end work. So now I would first like to invite Zain to give us a brief on the first session, which was our opening plenary. Just on that mic.
Thank you so much, Rohan. So the opening session started off with an excellent welcome to country by Uncle Mickey. And what he reminded us that technology intersects with living cultures and that this land was once without divides, where an oral people were actually forced to adopt a written form of communication. And that has, similar to what's happening today with tech policy. During the auIGF, one of our tasks is to shape a multi-stakeholder platform for internet governance, addressing online harms while keeping the internet open and usable for all. The discussion that followed in the opening plenary panel involved around 4 themes: building capacity, strengthening trust, broadening inclusivity, and agreeing to a shared vision of digital well-being. Australia needs a shared practical vision of digital well-being built on investment in local skills and institutions rather than just more legislation, grounded in trust, transparency, and genuinely inclusive of youth, Indigenous and regional communities beyond capital metro areas. These priorities should carry through into the auIGF position paper and into more regional and global forums. So that was a summary of the opening plenary. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you so much, Zain. Next on our line is Dale Butfield. He's VOCE Rapporteur for the Commonwealth in Conversation, Vices Plus 20 Reflections.
Yes, so this session was organized as a fireside chat discussing the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society. This is a UN framework which protects the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance and also sets the UN's digital development agenda. So some of the key points discussed in this session were that the Australian government has been engaging with the multi-stakeholder community as with a working group to develop Australia's positions and welcomes ongoing engagement with the community through the end of the year when the review will take place. It was also raised there are some barriers to participation. Some of the barriers raised included capacity, funding, awareness of the process, and the time zones when meetings are held, which are often bad for the Asia Pacific region. At this stage, the zero draft that's been released for WSIS Plus 20 reflects Australia's support for the multi-stakeholder approach, as well as the support of other governments. Other priorities for Australia, which were discussed, included gender equality, human rights, and closing digital divides. There was also a discussion of how references to Indigenous people could be improved and meaningful inclusion of Indigenous people could be included in the conversation. As this process shifts to a government-led negotiation towards the end of the process, it's important to support negotiators from all countries with technical expertise and knowledge from across the community. So the community should continue to engage within Australia and also within global networks to make sure we have a positive outcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dale. Next on our line is Ishtar Vij. She's joining us online, and hopefully we have her online. And she was from the session, No One Left Behind, Digital Inclusion and AI Equity.
Thanks so much. So this was a session chaired by my co-convener of the Australian Digital Inclusion Alliance, Tim Marshall, and we heard from Good Things Australia, the Digital Media Research Centre at QUT, Telstra, and then also the New South Wales Telco Authority. The discussion was quite wide-ranging, and I'll only scratch the surface here, but essentially around 1 in 4 Australians are currently digitally excluded. So that's 6.6 million Australians lacking capacity to properly participate in work, learning and life. And there's a real complexity to the challenge. The emergence of AI raises new questions around how we equitably share opportunities whilst at the same time mitigating risks. The panel also discussed how digital inclusion is highly intersectional with social and economic disadvantage and other characteristics. And as a result, responses tend to be highly fragmented with resulting inefficiency, duplication, delivery gaps, and foregone potential. So in all of this, there is a unique opportunity for governments to lead a national approach to digital inclusion, and we can see New South Wales has done some great work there. And really, digital inclusion was discussed as needing to be the foundation of digital capability and equity agendas. The session explored the imperative for national action, covering strategy, leadership, opportunities for policy, and alongside national accountability and coordination. The panel discussed the fact that there's a lot of opportunity in the digital skills and literacy space, and the opportunity for Australia to lead in this space and be an example to regional neighbours. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ishtar. Really valuable insights. And next on our list is Cameron McTrennan. He presented at the Digital Platform Ownership, Diversity, Resilience, and Trust session.
Thank you. Our session was chaired by Dr. Victoria Fielding from the University of Adelaide, and then joined by myself, Cameron McTernan, and Professor Terry Flew from the Global Media and Internet Concentration Project, as well as joined by Ram Mohan from Identity Digital. We presented the findings of our report and also a panel discussion that followed. The report showing that the digital platform economy is highly concentrated, with our indexing showing a duopolistic or near monopolistic market structures that are significantly less competitive than traditional media and telecommunications sectors within the platform economy. We also spoke of the political influence of large technology companies as a growing concern, as they have been observed to abandon previous ideological commitments to align with new political agendas. We argued that diversity is needed for a resilient and stable internet, as it reduces the risk of technical and social single points of failure, thereby protecting the network's integrity. We also said that a lack of diversity in the digital space also leads to negative economic outcomes for consumers, including higher costs and limited choice. We said that trust in the internet is multifaceted. encompassing both the technical reliability of systems and that human factor that comes from governance. It is also built on 3 pillars: expertise, transparency, and concern for users. And then finally, we argued that to ensure the internet's future resilience, a shift in mindset is needed from a reactive fix-it-as-it-happens approaches to more proactive measures, including better funding for preventative maintenance, supply chain mapping, and formal training for network operators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cameron. Next, we have Sophie Jo. She was the rapporteur for the multi-stakeholder ways to improve trust in Australia's digital ecosystem. Also the organizer of the session with Jordan.
Thank you. The panel session was a very lively and timely discussion, allowing for stakeholders from consumer advocate, telco industry, academia, the technical community, and government to offer sometimes shared, but also at times conflicting perspectives on the relationship between trust and regulation in the telecommunications sector, when trust in telecommunications seems to be at an all-time low. The session grappled with provocative questions and dilemmas, including, comments from participants in the room and online about the different elements and layers of trust, whether that's seen from the lens of infrastructure versus community expectations and community perception of trust, the expectations for reliability and consistency, and then the importance of transparency and communication when things do go wrong in telecommunications because of the technical realities as a key element in maintaining trust, the power imbalances between the different, but also even within different stakeholder groups, and the difference between multi-stakeholder consultation and multi-stakeholder input versus multi-stakeholder decision-making or multi-stakeholder regulation, and the trade-offs that might need to be made to ensure a regulatory framework that's fit for purpose, keeping in mind that the focus is regulation that is effective, not necessarily what form regulation may take. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophia. Next, we have the town hall position paper, which I was rapporteuring for. And the key highlight for that session was, as we gathered together at auIGF, by consensus, we endorsed the proposed messages to the WSIS Plus 20 review co-facilitators. The auIGF also, by consensus, endorsed the proceedings with the work to develop a social contract for digital well-being. The rich and insightful feedback that we had from the community today will be taken into account by the MSSC members and all the people involved in developing position paper. Thanks to Annalise, Caroline, and Keith for chairing the session. And as Donna mentioned, this is going to be a long process. Probably we would have to work on it for 2 years. And when we convene next year, we might have a progress report that we can present on that. Thank you. And for next one, we have Alan Dixon, who is joining us online for the session, New Playgrounds, New Rules, the Future of Child Digital Rights and Skills.
Thank you so much, Rowan. We had a very engaged panel with 2 separate sessions. One of those sessions was focusing on Australia and New Zealand in the context of children online. And then the second part of that session was looking at the international context in that discussion. We had presentations from NetSafe New Zealand, the Internet Society Asia Pacific, the ITU Asia Pacific, and the UNESCO GEM report. And a lot of the discussion in the first part of the session focused around the sort of legislative structure that happens within those spaces in terms of how we engage collectively from a governmental way of engaging, and then also collectively as multi-stakeholders in this space. NetSafe talked to the importance of the sort of groundswell that's happened recently for action against online harm that we're seeing in both Australia and New Zealand, but have said that in the context of New Zealand, for example, there's a misalignment between the sort of legislative structures that are available for comprehensive regulatory bodies in terms of dealing with issues such as harm and key regulation. And then in Noel's example, we also see this element of legislation taking centre stage because we have these examples of the takedown models in the Pacific of digital tools, and then the licensing regime from Malaysia and the bans in South Korea. Both of these examples that we have from these representatives identify that sort of lumping in together of social issues regarding online harm and then the wider issues concerning the child online does not necessarily deal with the complexity of the subject, and that we're not really addressing the sort of technological and architectural issues behind internet engagement or the developmental ages of the child and how this relates to their personal context. And then in the second half, we had a discussion in which Rory and Anna brought a more global context. Rory demonstrated the sort of comprehensive and investigated strategies that are available in child online protection led by the ITU and their stakeholders, and also the building capacity methods that they've been utilising working with young people. And then Anna also related this in the context to the classroom, specifically in the use of digital tools, and how the online classroom now is sort of the new playground, indicated by the title of this presentation, where the digital tools have sometimes, in some cases, become a pacifier for the child, which is impacting the educational experience, and then also future workforce development skills. And then also thinking about how this is tied into things such as the smartphone ban in relation to issues such as cyberbullying, and how that's been a very prominent discussion in the West, all to draw it towards the fact that the impact on the child or the young person in their digital world is actually very much related to their material world and their lived experience, which one of the speakers identified in the Q&A is something that sometimes we miss from this conversation, actually talking to those stakeholders themselves, young people, on what their agency is, but also balancing that with protection. I've also put in there the Menti questionnaire results, of which we've seen some interesting responses to these controversial questions regarding where we are currently with those bans and then where we might be potentially in the future concerning digital skills. But I think one of the things that this causes us to look at within this particular panel and the discussions from these panelists is the connection of tool universality, which is something that we all support, and an open and accessible internet, but balancing that with what does freedom mean for children online, both for themselves and their communities, and particularly parents within those spaces, and then looking further, what does it also mean to be free in terms of protection as well? So not just freedom to access, but also freedom from harm. So that being two sides of a very important conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alan. Alan was also the organizer of this session, and she was also expected to join us in person, but she could not travel because she was unwell, but you were in our spirits, Alan. Thank you. Next, we have Rose Jamieson from Internet New Zealand for the session, How Might Approaches to Digital Inequalities from the First Peoples of Australia and Indigenous Communities Enhance Global Internet Governance?
Kia ora. So we lost our rapporteur, so I'm doing both roles. So our session was, as Brian says, about Indigenous and First Peoples and how they can enhance internet governance. And we concluded that probably we need to be our own group within a multi-stakeholder model. So we talked about exclusion by design. Continues. We talked about Indigenous systems of knowledge and how they offer other ways and how community-led works best. So some of the conclusions the panel reached were what matters is sovereignty, growing a skills-based trust, self-determination, community-led Indigenous solutions, and some traditional models of debate and governance. So what can be done? Equity measures, thinking about meeting Indigenous and First Peoples where they are. So we had a bit of a conversation around cultural labour and understanding that more, and then being clear that they want to have control over their own destiny. So our conclusion was that different worldviews might offer something different to the formal roles and structures that currently exist in the multi-stakeholder model and internet governance.
Thank you so much, Rose, and also for organizing the session. Next, we have, last but not the least, Hayley Wigg, who was the rapporteur for Fostering Trust Online for Australians, The Human Element.
Thank you, Rohan. Apologies in advance. I haven't had a huge amount of time to prep this, given we were the last session, which wrapped not long ago. And I guess, yeah, marked the end of an incredible 2025 auIGF. So thank you, everyone. We had a really interesting panel discussion hosted by Sylvia Cadena from WC3. Sylvia was joined by Rebecca Pipillo from AUDA, Lizzie O'Shea from Digital Rights Watch, and Rachel Falk from Ashurst Risk Advisory. And our topic was a discussion on fostering trust online for Australians and what that looks like in terms of the human element. So some of the key points we discussed were the fact that the internet provides many incredible benefits to our lives, but that it also has a bit of a dark side, with cyber criminals easily adapting and becoming more innovative at finding ways to exploit our trust online. That many Australians are opting out of certain online activities, and the fact that this has both negative and positive elements. And in terms of those positive aspects, it really comes from the perspective that people are refusing to use platforms that they actually do not trust. We also, or they rather, also spoke about uplifting cybersecurity practice, the fact that this can seem overwhelming, but that it's essential for the benefit of the Australian community, and that this can start at an individual level with the basics. And it can also be reinforced by nationwide campaigns, such as the slip, slop, slap example that Beck used. They spoke about the fact that more needs to be done at an industry level so that online users are able to trust the platforms that they are using, and that the pressure of keeping secure online shouldn't just sit with that individual, that privacy by design principles are a great way to ensure security from the outset when it comes to building certain technologies online. Lastly, they also spoke about new technologies such as digital ID, and the way that that helps to improve security and data privacy, but also that there's a low awareness and understanding of that technology, and that government needs to make these benefits known so that small businesses and individuals are able to leverage some of these benefits.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Haley, and thank you to all rapporteurs for doing the hard work. And now I will pass it back to Donna. Thank you.
Thanks, Rowan, and thanks very much to the rapporteurs. And I think it's kind of a handy reminder of what we've been through in the last 2 days, which has been a pretty diverse ranging in terms of themes and content and views. If we go back to when the MSSC actually went out for expressions of interest, our theme for this meeting was Global Visions, Local Impact, the Future of Australia's Digital Governance. And there were 3 sub-themes that we had under that: the future of internet governance, digital trust and resilience, and sustainable digital inclusion. And I think we really did cover off each of those sub-themes. So congratulations, everyone. I think we actually achieved our objective, which is pretty satisfying. So before I forget, I just want to say thank you to our Auslan interpreters who have done a fabulous job over the last 2 days. So thank you very much for that. Also to our tech team, which Gabriella's been heading up over there. Thank you again for the seamless nature of tech support. And what is much unseen is that we have volunteers who have been monitoring the sessions online so that we ensure that we get the questions or comments pertinent to discussions that are read out in real time. And I think that's really important to ensure that we're engaging with those that are interacting with us online. So thanks to the moderators. And a big thank you to Rachel, who's the event organizer and looked after all the logistics and all the stuff that just, we're very thankful just happens. Sorry about the long walk all the way around the venue, but at least you got your steps in today. All righty. Thanks, Rachel. Okay. So we're going to have, I'll give 20 minutes, but if we end up with a long line out the door, we'll extend it. We'll have an open mic session. So, you know, the mic's open. If you've got any comments, if you want to give the SSC some feedback on how we could do things better, or, you know, have we thought of this, have we thought of that? What was your favourite session and why during the 2 days? We'd really welcome that feedback. So people want to start to line up? Or if you got nothing, that means we get out earlier. Thanks, Christine. That's anything, we don't care.
Yes, for the
Yeah, open mic.
hello, for the open mic, Christine Runniger, Internet Society. Just what I was saying that you probably couldn't hear was I wasn't going to do feedback. I was going to do something else. But first of all, let me say thank you. It's been a real pleasure to be here at the Australian IGF. So thank you. I just wanted to raise something that I didn't get a chance to earlier because we are so busy. I was really taken by the session about First Peoples and Indigenous governance. It was a great learning experience for me. I still have a lot to learn, and so I apologise in advance if I don't put this appropriately. But it made me reflect because at the same time, I'm very conscious that the zero draft for the WSIS Plus 20 review is out for consideration and for submissions. And thankfully, we have an extension to the 3rd of October, which gives us a little bit more time. And during that session, I went, okay, I wonder what it says about Indigenous peoples. And I found 3 references by doing a search. And then I looked at those references and I went, maybe it's just me, but they don't look like the kind of things that the people on the panel were looking for. They were more about what can we do to protect these people? And I thought that's a little bit paternalistic, if I may be so bold as to say that. Speaking on my personal capacity, not as an Internet Society person. So what I was thinking is it'd be really amazing if among the Indigenous community in Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands, if you could bring your very powerful voice to that discussion. I think it's really missing, and I'd really love to see it. So thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Christine, just to follow up on that, do you have any practical ways in which they could do that?
Absolutely, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm very happy after this session to open my laptop and show you how the UN co-facilitators are handling the process and handling the input from the non-government stakeholders to show you how to put in that input easily. And myself and all of my colleagues are very happy to help in any way that we can to make it easier.
Okay, thanks, Christine. So we've still got Jen in the room, but maybe you can get the word to Susan and Astrid and yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Christine. Sylvia?
Thank you, Sylvia Cadena, W3C. Just, thanking everybody that participating into this and structured, especially the ones that structured the program and how early the program was put forward, that help also to justify coming and prepare myself for what kind of people was I going to meet, which I hope was also the same case for others. So I think the earlier that process is done, the easier it is to engage. And I know that the Australian IGF and AUDA is always very committed to promote the outcomes and the reports that are coming. But I hope that as there were different topics covered on cybersecurity, on AI, and a bunch of inclusion and a bunch of others, my suggestion will probably be to try and figure out if it's possible to share not only with the global IGF, but in the forums where all of those other topics are discussed, so that it's possible to amplify the voices of the Australian community. It's very hard for individuals to follow the separate processes. So if that is an option, that would be, I guess, very useful for other people. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sylvia. Narelle?
Hi, I don't know if I probably introduced myself yesterday, but I'm Narelle Clark, the CEO of the Internet Association of Australia. We're a not-for-profit industry association that works for the benefit of the people who build and operate the internet. So we're actually a licensed telco, a not-for-profit telco, yeah, who'd have thunk. We're a licensed telco that operates internet exchanges right across Australia and also in New Zealand on behalf of the New Zealand Internet Exchange. What I wanted to do was to thank you all for participating in this. I think this is a really vital and important forum for making better regulation that pertains to the internet. And yesterday in the session, I went through and enumerated all of the different regulators that have a role to play in regulating the internet in Australia. The Department of Treasury, the different privacy commissioners across Australia, the Attorney General's Department, the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Communications, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. And am I missing anybody here, Sophia? Help me out. There's probably a few more. And now, of course, with the big push towards making internet an essential service, that brings into play all of the state regulators that reckon they can tell you all how to do essential services. So what I want to point to are all the missing people in this room. A lot of other industry players, and I take some responsibility for not bringing some more of them along, some more industry players, some more of the regulators, some more of the other interested parties to all of this. And of course, you know, the hoi polloi, more of the folks that use it and love it and do it and rely on our services. So I think in the future, we have to keep the IGF, not only Australia, but globally, as a vital way to share ideas, to cross-pollinate, to thrash things out in practical and sensible ways. So I urge you all to keep this up, bring some friends along, and of course, help yourself to this swag we brought, because I don't want to take it home.
Thanks very much, Narelle.
Hi, I'm Bruce Tonkin from the .au Domain Administration. First on, I really want to thank you as chair of the program committee. I know you've done this in a voluntary capacity, and commend the program committee as a whole, because I think you chose the right topics, because these are all topics that we've heard in the last couple of days. They've all been mainstream topics in the community about, you know, the internet and regulation associated with it. And I think the contents of the panels have been very good. By and large, we've got a range of perspectives from people that you would regard as experts in their fields. So I think, you know, I've seen a noticeable lift, if you like, in the quality of the program this year. I think, and sort of picking up on Narelle's comments, but the landscape shifted dramatically. You know, 20 years ago, none of those government departments were involved in anything to do with the internet. It was great. But now it feels like, you know, a lot of the regulation is coming from governments, and what I want to move away from is this being a forum where we talk about how we've all been regulated.
Yep. Hang on, Bruce.
One moment, I will provide a secondary microphone.
Bruce, can you just repeat your last? Yeah, you faded away.
My last sentence was just what I hope is that you know, this forum and the outputs of this forum can be captured and actually help provide inputs into the sort of evolving regulatory landscape and make a difference. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Bruce. And I think for the you know, when people ask what's the Internet Governance Forum about, I think we all have different views on that, and even in the steering committee. And I think it's something that we're probably still evolving, but it's good to hear, Bruce, that at least we're evolving in the right direction. So we'll, and I guess just a plug, it's a good committee to work with because it's like old friends. We'd like some new friends to come into the mix and help us out. So we'll be doing a little bit of a plea for that later, I think. Richie?
Yes, Richie from Digital Justice Society. Yeah, you've seen me a couple times up here. That's probably because I felt like welcomed, or at least mostly welcomed today, very welcomed. we're from a group that, like many of you care a lot about the internet and the digital impact on our lives. And we actually weren't sure what this forum was about, except for, internet governance.
Yep.
And have had such great conversations with everyone. And I suppose the first thing I want to say is how much I appreciate all the work that's gone in to make this group happen, and just the passion I see in the room here and around this. And I think that it's such invisible work. Like, a lot of people want they understand their tangible devices or their apps, but they actually don't see how much like governance affects their lives. So yeah, that's the first thing I want to just say is like, thanks for everyone seeing the invisible and how important this stuff is. And I think the second thing is, the conversation we had about the multi-stakeholder approach or approaches. Coming as a web developer, I've always been inspired by how, broadly we're on an open internet. We've got these big mega players to worry about, but I can spin up a little website and still stick it up there. And the way that that internet has built around open standards and is broadly, someone lays down a rough proposal with some others that care, and then others come on board and evolve that forward broadly, very collaboratively. And I think that it heartens me that those practices have then somehow been adopted in the UN and these other things, that we saw at the start of the conference. And I see that as the conversation to have to regulators is, I think, in our Australian context, we're used to doing regulation and we're used to doing government a certain way. And, that's a big process that takes 6 months or 2 years or whatever. And everyone gets a quick say and you land it at the end. But I think that this multi-stakeholder piece looks a lot more like editing a Wikipedia article. That you lay down a crappy article and then you make it good enough, and then others come on board. And over that same 2 years, the whole story is told together.
Yeah.
So, that's, I think, the message to get through to this collaborative way does work globally, and we want that to keep working for us here. And then the final part, I suppose, I come with a POC identity. Sadly, even in this town, I have lived experience of racism. There's definitely certain pubs I can't comfortably go into. That's my experience on the ground, but that's not the experience for most of the people I connect with. And unfortunately, we all know spaces where, everyone has the same old school tie on or is from the same, sports club or whatever. And it's very hard to change the culture or change a policy in that space. So my sort of suggestion around this multi-stakeholder and creating space for First Nations voices is also creating space for all the voices that aren't here. We talked about the younger people, more younger people,
Yep.
disabled folk, queer, whatever groups that are sort of more, they need it to be safer before they come. If they're not here, it's because it's not safe enough yet.
Okay.
And so my suggestion is that for when you're putting those multi-stakeholder groups together, that you make sure that sort of people that don't have normative power make up at least 50% of the group. If
Okay.
you do it that way, you'll find a very different conversation.
Thanks, Richie.
That's it.
And I guess to that point on, what we mean by multi-stakeholder, if you want to applause, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt that. Thanks, Richie. So what we mean by multi-stakeholder in the context that most of us have come out of is the ICANN context. And those multi-stakeholder groups, when we talk about government, technical community, civil society, whatever, I mean, they were constructs that were developed probably 20 years ago. And we have used them, we have used them to our advantage to ensure that there is inclusion predominantly of the technical community in a lot of these conversations that we've had. But as Bruce said, we're evolving, and then we're now talking about different things and technology and how it's influencing our lives. And Richie, our construct isn't meant to be to leave anybody on the outside. And perhaps for the auIGF, we don't need to be confined by those constructs anymore. This is meant to be a welcoming space, and I'm, really pleased to see all of you guys here. It's been great. And I just have one other question before we move on. How many people are from Adelaide? No. I'll put it another way. How many people are here because you live in Adelaide? Okay, terrific. So this is the first time that this forum has been to Adelaide. And I think just on the basis of the show of hands, it was worth the effort. So thank you. Jordan?
That Kiki has one final word before Jordan. She was raising her hand previously. One moment.
Okay. Yep, go ahead, Kiki.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. Sorry, Jordan. I thought you may have been in line first, but I'll go. A couple of things I'd just like to ask or request of the committee. One is to open up that feedback on the position paper for a few weeks after this forum. And possibly a very, very big wish list is to timestamp the recordings like the 2019 one. Thank you, Sandra Davey, for your excellent net thing stuff. I love it. It does help us share it with our networks and provoke additional conversation and inputs after this session. So that's one. The other is whether the policy or subcommittee can consider the Romex Internet Universal Indicators. It attaches to the UN system. It is aligned with the SDGs and where we're going with the WISA stuff, so that would be great. I do note again what Narelle said and absolutely advocate for this forum. This is an NRI technically, but the Australian Internet Governance Forum, coordinating with the synthesis documents of the APR IGF and the greater IGF would be fantastic. And I think that's maybe what Bruce was alluding to in terms of those output documents. The Tech Policy Design Institute holds its Friends of Tech roundtable, I guess it is. So I think if we could imagine what those people, what those policymakers, what those government people, if we did have their attention, because they do have their attention, what would the IGF, the AU IGF, like them to know? And this is the type of thing that I would love to see in an outcomes document, things that could be shared and used in other spaces, as well as AusNog, as well as the other forums that I mentioned. And then lastly, we covered, and thank you, Christine, for raising the systemic racism, the Indigenous session, and things that I've mentioned before about Internet New Zealand. But we do have a responsibility in the region. It's part of our government mandates to be cooperating and participating in Asia Pacific and the global region. I will again mention, and please do look up this, Nepal. There, I think we've had, now my numbers are wrong, but I know that some students have died from the protests that have occurred there. There was a social media ban. Now that is not the reason for the protests, but there is a whole ecosystem of things there. And just this week, I'd just like to draw attention that Alaa Abdel Fattah has been released from imprisonment, a British Egyptian citizen, jailed for spreading misinformation. He's a political advocate, a pro-democracy advocate. And these are the things that are happening. They're happening currently. They will happen in Australia if we don't set as a culture speaking up for people who are maybe not the majority. So please do educate yourself, consider how we may participate in those conversations. The ISTAR organisations all have codes of conduct. They've all got missions, they've all got mandates. We should be reviewing those and making sure that these are safe spaces. So my final word supports what Richie says. If people are not here, then it's a really big indication it's a not safe place. And having nice people, having nice conversations does not equal a safe space. And when we see things being repeated year on year, when we see people being missed in the Asia Pacific region, in the global forums, that is an indicator that we're not taken seriously, and that's not safe. But thank you very much for the committee. It has been enjoyable. You have done an excellent job, especially for you as chair, I believe. And the Auslan interpreters have been fire. So thank you to the department for sponsoring those.
Thank you very much, Kiki, and thanks for your I guess, input throughout the last 2 days. I know it's always difficult to do when you're participating online. So thank you for that. Jordan?
Thanks, Dr. Jordan Carter. One of the, MSSC Secretariat people, just to let you know that during the event, we've had a template going with the rapporteurs who started to pull together both the slide pack of quick summaries that we did just now, and I've put a link to that in the Zoom chat. I don't know how else we'll get a chance to distribute it. But they've also started writing session reports for each session. And the idea is that we'll then publish that in a kind of summary outcomes document. I think the MSSC will be able to get that together. I think then the next step is for all of us as a community to use that resource and input those ideas where they might be relevant, because there's no huge machine behind the auIGF that can do that, but we can all do that in the day-to-day work if we remember that this dialogue happened. So I just wanted to let you know that that is coming. None of us are prepared to stake our lives to a time frame for when that report will be published, but it is going to come. And that's another innovation in making the information and dialogues at the forum more accessible to people who weren't here. The second observation I just make is that we've got 100 or 200 people max participating in this in a country of 27 million people. I dare say that if you asked most people if they had heard about the auIGF, they would say no, they had not. So a second challenge, I think, for us all is to tell other people about it, and then to bring the energy of what people might think and feed that back in. Maybe it isn't a safe space. Maybe it isn't a known space. Maybe for a lot of people it isn't a relevant space, but all of those things can be tackled if we know they need to be tackled. So I think that's the second thing. And the third thing, just a personal observation, there were a couple of sessions putting challenging issues on the table or where a bit of tension happened. And it's, I think it is important to see that you can have discussions like that and not lose your shit, not have a tweet off, not go and shoot someone. And, it sounds a bit daft to say, but long may we continue to foster a space where at least we can put difficult things on the table. So thanks everyone for that.
Thank you, Jordan. Alex?
Thank you. It seems like I always follow Jordan, which makes great comments. My name is Alex Sarpendoshte. I'm here on behalf of Linux Victoria, a Linux user group in Victoria. The first year I was at the IGF as a delegate was when it wasn't called the auIGF. I was on the board of OSIA, Open Source Industry Australia. It was 2018. And it's been amazing for me to observe how the conversations happened in a very organic way. We were invited to be part of that conversation, and how year to year it grew to this point. Of course, we had the speed bump of COVID as well in the middle of that. Since then, my passion for open source small businesses have grown stronger, because when you have a small business community that is strong, it makes a great resilient economy, especially in the digital world. Is really important, as well as having larger organizations that are owned by members of the community. I'm very pleased to hear Internet Australia actually is a telco. I didn't know that. Melbourne PC, for example, was a service internet provider that was an association, a member-based, under example. So where I'm going with this is now that I see IGF has proper branding established, and for the first time in the past few years in a convention center, to me it signals it's ready to go to the next stage. And I'm inviting us, everything I suggest, by the way, is something I'm more than happy to be part of and take the burden of, that we look for making it happen by Australian providers and using as much as we could open source technology. So with low resource and low budget, it's really reasonable and understanding why we would use Zoom as a video conferencing, or like no particular communication channel. It's very understandable. We run community groups as well. However, if we start, I'm inviting everyone, and I put myself in front as well, that we look at using the tools that are very solid and work. Since 2020, we've been running all our meetings on open source software that we host in Melbourne. We have Australian domain providers. We don't need to use GoDaddy. We can use, I'm sure when we put the call out there, there would be so many that would be more than happy to provide the service without even putting their name out there. For the communication channel, we can use services like Matrix that are federated, that different communities over time, they can set up their own servers and participate in the conversation. And this way, every time we use technologies like this, more and more, we give exposure to different parts of the ecosystem about the fact that these kind of conversations are happening. And that was one point. The second point that I wanted to mention about on the back of Richie is your name. So we, okay, so I have 3 points too. All right. So the second one is now, if we could have a budget for hiring professional facilitators, similar to how we did in 2018 at the beginning, a lot of conversations that might be hard, confronting, to be put on in front of a microphone, to put someone's name in front of, could happen in a smaller scopes and be brought up at the end. And that's one way of breaking down conversations on the day of the summit. And the third suggestion I have is that, which I heard a few other people have mentioned too, breaking down the conversations throughout the year. It doesn't have to be a steering committee that does it. I for sure will do that as part of Linux Victoria. Even leading to this event and previous ones, we held events to invite people to submit and help them out to submit for the forum. But I'm inviting all the groups to hold their own auIGF. It doesn't have to be auIGF. It could be anything in the same vibe. And do it on their own resources with their own inclusivity requirements that you see. And then if we do the hard work of running those things throughout the year, then when we turn up next year, we have something of our own constituency, so to speak, to present. So distributing it that way as well, that I welcome everyone. That's my point. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. Okay. So this will be our last intervention before we get to the closing panel. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko ana aha. E tutahi ka mihi au ki ngā tangata whenua o tēnei rohe, me ngā tangata whenua ki tēnei ruma. Kia ora, I'm Anna. I just wanted to do a thank you to our Indigenous people and First Nation people in this land, and thank you especially for those in this room. Thank you for your presence here. I think it's really important to have your voices here, even in challenging conversations. And I hope that that's continued to be supported. And I hope that you find this space safer every year. And I just wanted to thank you for sharing the room with me. Kia ora.
Thank you. So, and this will be our last intervention.
I will keep it really quick. Thank you, Alexis, for marketing this event to his community, which is why I'm here. I hadn't heard of this before, except via Alexis. So I feel I'm learning a lot today. It's been really valuable. I think one of the takeaways, I come from a city space where we're working towards a smart city, and we often think about infrastructure, but one of the major, I guess, keys to implementing smart technologies from an internet perspective is humans and people in the community. So that education piece, and I think I've heard that a little bit today around campaigns for digital trust and safety, so that we can all be a little safer online. I thought that was really useful. I really liked Alexis's point around Australia's data sovereignty and sovereign capability. And I think that's something, obviously, the state of South Australia is doing from an Australian perspective, whether that's intelligence, defence, and the data infrastructure piece. But I was also, I guess from a community perspective, I'm Sophia Arkenstall. I run a little think tank called AI and Society. And I think this today shows me that the conversation wasn't just about technology, it was also about those human elements, like trust and equity and accessibility, which is, I guess, how we as people interact and have that interface with technology. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll finish up.
Thanks, Sophia. Jordan, you ready to bring your panel together?
Tough act to follow, a great set of open mic comments, but our job as a panel here at the closing panel of the closing plenary of the 2025 auIGF is to try and inspire you and once again provoke you, as I may have said yesterday morning, which feels like a lot longer ago than yesterday morning. I'd like to welcome to the stage from the other end Ian Sheldon from the Australian government. If I try and say your department's name now, I'm going to get it wrong. I apologize. I know it has the word sport in it. Cameron from the University of South Australia, Pat Kane from VeriSign, and Lizzie O'Shea from Digital Rights Watch Australia. These people have all been around here, involved with sessions, and are looking forward to doing a bit of start to the reflection process, because obviously a big event like this, a big dialogue, we've all got lots of ideas floating around in our heads, right? And sometimes it helps to hear other people's reflections as you start the reflection process yourself. So this closing reflections panel is going to sort of tackle 3 quick questions. Quick being the operative word as the second to last thing before Donna's closing remarks. Something that caught your eye this week or these last 2 days. What are you taking out of the auIGF this year that you will do differently? More of, less of, some other way different, something that will change for you. And then thirdly, what do we collectively as an internet governance community, with all the contests about what that means, need to do next? So that'll be the quick fire last round, and then we'll hand back to Donna. But starting with that first one, something that caught your eye, what it was, what the implications are, what has got you going? And I'm going to start with you, Pat. What are your thoughts?
Hello. So the thing that caught my attention was, of all the conversations we had, what is it that we know about our role, and how do we think about our role? What popped into my head was my boys at home. They play a North American indigenous game known as lacrosse. I don't know if y'all are familiar with it, but the Iroquois call it the Creator's Game. And in the game, my oldest son plays a position where he transfers the ball from the defensive side to the offensive side. And when he would get close to the goal, my wife would always jump up in the stands and go, "Jake, shoot!" And Jake would come home after the game, and he's like, "Mom, know your role. Just know your role." And so when we talk about the shared vision, and Zoe Hawkins talked about this in the opening plenary yesterday about the shared vision. What is it we're trying to have a shared vision around? Because when we think about internet governance, we have the technical layers, we have technical coordination, we have internet governance, which is kind of about the evolution of the internet. What do we do around end-to-end encryption? What do we do around blocking, those types of things? And then what is digital governance? How do we interact with the internet? Because it's not just about the internet itself. It's about some of the processes and some of the outcomes that come into the community and how we engage with that. So when we talk about a shared vision, what is it we're focused on in terms of which layer of the internet? And even within those layers, you can decompose it even further around, I'm in the technical space, so I'm in that technical coordination layer between, the fiber, between the internet protocol layer, between the domain name system. So what are we talking about, and what is the shared vision around those items? And then as you think about how that gets worked on, what is the multi-stakeholder model? How do we view that? Because in the area that we work in, VeriSign, within the ICANN space, multi-stakeholder is a bottom-up, consensus-driven policy outcome, in terms of what we do, in terms of, so it's bottom up. It's not a government handing us something, but more and more what I hear from governments is it's a multi-stakeholder consultation. So governments are going to present something, go to the multi-stakeholder model to get their feedback. And I don't think that's the same thing in terms of what multi-stakeholder is. And then how big should the multi-stakeholder model be? We had a lot of conversation about access to multi-stakeholder. Where's Richie? Richie talked about, the safety in terms of those kinds of things and how do you participate and how does that multi-stakeholder model develop? So maybe it's too small, but then the multi-stakeholder model might be too big because the more voices you have in a consensus building process, the less gets done. So when we think about that, what is the decomposition of the problem that we're trying to solve and how do we build that multi-stakeholder model around that? So what I took away was know your role.
Know your role. It's a nice quick summary. Thank you, Pat. Turning next to Cameron.
Thank you. First, I just want to actually quickly just build upon this know your role dimension. I think I feel like a bit of an interloper. I don't really normally engage with these kind of forums. Academics tend to kind of have their own little universe that we interact with and don't maybe spend as much time talking with the wider community as we should. And I was really concerned that maybe I'd come here and it would just be about that technical layer. And I know that, some of the higher level kind of governance organizations are really just focused on that. Even on the first day, I think there was a comment or question saying like, is this within our remit? Is this actually what we're concerned with? And then it was actually really reassuring to see as the presentations went on that our idea of internet governance, our shared idea of internet governance was much bigger than just that one layer. And that many of us are kind of facing the same mountain, but kind of approaching it from different angles. In particular, it seemed a lot of our stakeholders shared the same concerns that the academic community has about the future of the sector, such as how safe and reliable and secure is Australia's internet, how power has very quickly become concentrated in just a few hands, and the need to ensure that the internet serves everyone and not just the needs of a privileged few. And I just wanted to kind of highlight two very kind of different sessions that kind of spoke to that shared vision. I think the first one was the sovereignty in the digital age session during lunchtime yesterday, kind of coming at that very kind of grassroots kind of level. But actually then there was the business section, or the one that had like business voices in it, from the multi-stakeholder, was it 4 o'clock session yesterday? And we're kind of, even like business was like, actually diversity is an issue, right? Even at this like really kind of powerful end of town, people recognize that there's actually, a community issue here that everyone's shared in as well. So I think that was kind of my big takeaway. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice to see something seeming more relevant than you might have thought based on the label, perhaps. Lizzie, thoughts?
So often in civil society spaces where we talk about the multi-stakeholder model, there can be a bit of trepidation because sometimes there's a feeling of powerlessness, or at least a differential that becomes quite plain when you participate in those fora. What I would say is what was evident to me from this discussion is a real interest and commitment to working out how to make some of those regimes really fit a set of modern problems that we now face. And that involves thinking about how to address perhaps some of those power differentials, how to have disagreements in constructive manners that can then result in other kinds of more unified policy positions, perhaps, creating artifacts that we can try and agree on. Like, I think these are, or also I thought I was very taken in terms of things that caught my eye, the idea that came from the rapporteur summing up the conversation that took place by various representatives of Indigenous communities about the interest of them having their own kind of stake within the multi-stakeholder model. And I thought that was an interesting potential iteration of that as well. So trying to make it as multi as possible. I take the point that there may be some limits on that, or there may be some utility in narrowing the scope for particular purposes. But what really I guess took my eye over the last couple of days is the commitment to making it relevant, and that is something that will perhaps fulfil some of the challenges that we identified in the first session of how you get more people in the room interested in being involved in this form of governance. Because if we don't continue to modernise and bring people in, we will lose the benefits of that very important contribution to innovative technology that comes from participatory governance.
Thank you. And Ian, fourth and lucky last in this first round.
Thanks, Jordan. It's hard to go after such a distinguished panel who've picked up most of the things I already wanted to say. But for me, I think that one of the key reflections is, I think, a point you picked up on and what Lizzie just referred to. It's the point of disagreement in this community. Looking back at the last couple of years of NetThing and auIGF, I've seen that robust discussion grow. This community is growing from coming together and agreeing on a lot of things, a lot of the same people coming together, talking about the same issues and finding ways to pat ourselves on the back. This forum across the last 2 days, I found the disagreement, the discourse, the creative friction to be fantastic. It's really enjoyable to see the community stand up and have a robust discussion, to be able to have the confidence to say, I disagree with you and here's why. That shows maturity. And it shows me that this community is going in the right direction. The things we're grappling with are really difficult. You've heard Will talk about the WSIS negotiations that are taking place in New York. Governments, communities, the global multi-stakeholder community are grappling with a lot of the same issues that we're talking about here. So we aren't alone in having those disagreements. We aren't alone in finding those constructive and creative ways to find a way forward on these issues. And so for me, looking back at the last couple of years and looking where we are here today, I think we're on the right path, and that disagreement is something I'd very much encourage. And I'd love to see more of it, both at next year's auIGF as well as in the intervening year. So that for me was a big takeaway, and it was quite interesting to see this community mature in that regard.
Thanks to all four of you for putting a set of interesting issues on the table there about what caught your eye. One of the things that caught my eye, in part, just to randomly impose myself on the panel as well, was the craving that some more decision makers were here. There are some decision makers here from important organizations and layers of government and so on, and have been during the 2 days. But I think it'd be great if there were more of them. It'd be great if there were some politicians involved, some more of the big tech firms. It's great we have disagreements, and it'd be great if some of the people participating in that conversation were the people who could then act really easily on them. Not to devalue what we got here, I think it would add a next layer of interest and engagement. So that's my very awkward segue to the second question that we sort of put in front of you. Is there something that you are going to take out of this that you're going to do differently, individually, you as a person who's been here for 2 days? And we're going to start with Cameron.
The first is, next time I'll put less numbers on my slides, I think. But honestly, I was actually really blown away by how effective the communicators in the room are. And I consider myself a professional communicator, but not always. And I think that's a really amazing thing about this community, actually. I think part of it's, if you're driven by passion, you can often find a lot of clarity in your ideas anyway, but there's actually a lot of really experienced people, and I think that's a motivation for me to want to keep coming to things like this as well, is not just hearing new ideas, but actually expanding upon my practice as well, or our practice as a part of that. The other thing I want to say is actually kind of came from something Richie pointed out earlier about talking about diversity on the panels. I really struggled, and this is just such a perfect example of academia for you, right? Is I struggled to actually get that diversity on my panel when I was setting it up, that there was rules around you had to pick people from different stakeholder groups, and not everyone could be an academic. I was like, how do I find someone who's not an academic? And coming here, just spending 2 days here, I found a lot of people who are actually interested in the exact same things as me, who aren't academics. So if I come and do a panel next year, it's going to be a lot easier to find someone to talk to rather than me just talking in my own zone. So yeah, that.
Cool. Thank you. Two super practical ones there. Appreciate that. Lizzie.
Oh, look, I probably should have chimed in just about the disagreement point, because I think one of the things I'm going to try and do differently is disagree better. I think personally, I feel like I end up in a lot of environments where I'm an advocate and I'm up against people that I know don't share my interests. And so that is a mode of operating that works in some contexts, but not others. So taking the opportunity to find spaces where you know there's going to be structured disagreements is an incredible, valuable one, because you learn how to talk to people who aren't on the same side as you, but also try and find that common ground. I must say they're quite rare opportunities. And so I'm also going to be trying to be someone who creates them as well, in the same way that they're kind of created here, rather than just being dictatorial, shall we say, if I'm being ungenerous towards myself.
There's a middle class, middle of the road white people podcast called The Rest is Politics. Andrew Campbell and Rory Stewart. Their tag phrase is disagreeing agreeably.
Oh, no, that makes it feel even worse about my reason.
No. But that can just devolve into bonhomie or ha ha ha. And so we need to get something that's both got edge and is approachable and is something that people want to be part of. So I think it's a difficult alchemy, but when you get it right, it's pretty awesome. So if you can help make that happen, that will be pretty awesome.
I'll do my best.
How's that for editorializing? Ian, what are you going to do differently?
Just staying with the disagreement piece, my team are often the ones at international meetings representing the Australian government or representing Australia more broadly. It's quite important for us to be challenged on a lot of those positions we hold internationally. So we'll be looking, my team and I will be looking to lean into that disagreement, testing a lot of our positions, making sure that we find those hard edges and making sure that our local community here feel comfortable coming and telling us that they disagree with some of the things we might be championing overseas and internationally. It's critically important that we represent the Australian community in the work that we do on the international stage. So we'll be looking to seek out those points of disagreement and try and roll them up into the work that we do overseas. That might backfire on us, but very happy to have that constructive conversation.
Cool. Thank you. I mean, it gives you more of a repertoire, right, to take into the conversations if you already know how people might disagree with you. And this round, Pat, you've got the last word on this. What are you going to do differently?
So part of that first question that we put out there, Jordan, was what are you going to take with you? And I think what I'm taking with me is optimism from this. And the reason I say that is the original IGF, which came out of the Tunis agenda, was really designed to drive just a talk shop. It was designed as a protective layer for the multi-stakeholder model at that particular time, which was ICANN, because ICANN was going to take over management of these core functions of the internet around names, numbers, and protocols. And so it was designed to be non-decision making, non-outcome based, but a true talk shop. And after 20 years, it's become disappointing. And people don't participate in the global IGF much anymore, as from a business perspective, because it's not decisional. There's no outcomes. And for a while, there was a little hope around something called IGF Plus, which was really supposed to drive more outcome documents that could become true multi-stakeholder consensus-driven documents that regulators could take and be informed by a community like this as they make decisions around regulation. It was really refreshing to hear what can we do more, and so the questions that came out of these 2 days was really how can the Australian IGF, and actually I do prefer the name net thing, I still like that, but how can the Australian IGF do more to try to drive some adoption and drive some things, because we have not had a Internet Governance Forum USA in 3 years. So what I'm going to do different, Jordan, is I'm going to see if I can't inspire folks in the DC area to actually have an IGF USA come 2026.
Cool. Invite us all.
Absolutely, everyone's invited.
It's a terrible time zone to be online, but good luck. Good luck with that one.
You have doubts?
No, no, sorry, that was not meant to sound dismissive. It was,
Some governments.
yeah, I've heard they've been good in the past. And you've got like this wonderful period of stability in which to organize it. Sorry. Uh, it's okay. You don't have to say anything back to that one. Is there any, because we've got a little bit of space before the rapid fire one, is there anything any of you have said that any of the other of you would like to disagree with or challenge or opine on, just briefly? There doesn't have to be. It's okay. We're standing between everyone here and their exit. And that's a pregnant pause. It looks like people might want to say something, but might not. So I am just going to go into the last round, I think, which was, what do we need to do next? And is this your chance to put out your stall? It might be something you haven't said already. It might be a repeat message. It might be something that's just come to you. But, what do we as an internet governance community here in and for Australia need to do next? And we're starting with Lizzie.
So I did have the panel where we were talking about the digital lives of Australians, but I think going to meet people where they are, to understand what their concerns are, to understand what opportunities exist, to talk to them about problems that we as a community are trying to solve is very important, because they're not in the room, right? But we stand here to talk about them, and we want to hear from them and involve them in the conversation. I think a lot of people assume that the internet is a kind of ungoverned space, that it's governed by power or dominance or monopolistic markets, whatever it may be. They may not realize that there's this whole underlying set of people working to make it accessible and real for people. So I think it is going to meet with them, talk about what has worked, what hasn't, and using that kind of research as a way to do it is what our obligation is if we want to participate in this forum with some authenticity. I would just take the opportunity, which feels a bit cheeky, but hopefully Jordan won't interrupt me. He did suggest he might. But what I was going to say was, we are going to do that Digital Rights Watch. We're about to hold a bunch of town hall meetings on how we think democracy and society can survive AI, right? And we're going to be having this conversation. We invite as many people as possible into the room. If any of you want to come, you're very welcome. We're doing it in all the major cities in Australia with the idea of talking to people, inviting them into the discussion to build out another kind of set of people who might be interested in being involved in participatory democracy, participatory governance, to be involved in these kinds of forums where decisions are made, but also different views are able to be ventilated. So that's the kind of work we're going to do, but it's based on things that come out of these forums, like research, conversations, forums, panels where I can learn, but our organisation and lots of other organisations can learn about the dynamics of some of these issues that are moving so quickly, that are difficult to grasp and can be slippery, but are so fundamentally important to the future of many billions of people that it behoves us to do as much as we can to ensure that it remains people first. And that's our mission.
That wasn't too bad a promo.
Oh,
Thank
you
you.
didn't even interrupt.
Not this time. Ian, you're next. What do we need to do next?
It's probably going to be similar to the things I said at the end of the last conference. I think this community needs to grow. I think we need to increase diversity. I think we need to reach out to marginalized communities, find ways to bring them into this room. I think that work needs to occur outside of the conference itself as well. I think we have a fantastic community, and there's more work we can be doing across the entire year. But I also think this community needs to resolve some of its identity. auIGF is grappling with that tension. Is it traditional internet governance? Is it technical matters? Or is it everything on the internet? And so I think as we work through those identity issues, we need to work out how we can structure the conversation and then make sure we have the right people in the room when we have those broad and dispersed discussions, because I think there were some really good conversations happening across the week. And I think it would have been fantastic for more of my government colleagues to be in the room to address some of those connectivity issues, some of those digital inclusivity issues, some of those broader connectivity challenges. And the sooner we can land on the things we're going to be talking about, the sooner we can start organizing parts of the community who should be brought together to discuss those topics. No small feat, but I think we've got a fantastic starting point.
Cool. Thank you, Ian. Pat, you're next up.
So I think what's next for this group is the execution on the social contract. I was really pleased to see what was put out there and what it was trying to resolve. But to take a little bit off of what Ian was talking about is that this IGF is probably not the body to solve all of those problems, but it might well be the body to facilitate the solution of those problems. Taking a look at different multi-stakeholder models, different groups, how do you get different issues resolved while somebody's managing the overlap, managing the conflict? You know, where are people like-minded that you can bring together and get different bodies, different multi-stakeholder groups to engage on solving the problems under a broader umbrella.
Cool. Thank you, Pat and Cameron.
I've got a short, cheeky one and then a nice one. Am I allowed to give both? Is that all right? Have we got time?
Why not?
Okay, short, cheeky one. Firstly, also I want to say is all of the above. I think it's a bit hard to follow some of the acts up here today, but the cheeky one that I'll say is there's a lot of symbolic power in being up on a stage like this and being able to talk about something like internet governance. But there's also symbolic power in actually asking questions afterwards. And I want to give a shout out to the digital justice people in the front row who've been asking questions after every single panel, like seriously amazing. And they're not the only people doing it. Yeah, give them a clap, give them a clap. Okay. They're not the only ones asking questions, but it's a way that you show that you're engaged. And it's a way that shows you're listening and that you value the things that people are saying up on the stage as well. So maybe that's something for future IGFs is your stakeholder community asking questions, not just making statements. And then the nice one is, I want to say, keep doing this. And I know it sounds obvious, but the multi-stakeholder approach really is born out of a history, a time in history where people were really optimistic about what the internet was and what it could be. And in a lot of spaces right now, you don't see quite that optimism or that utopian view anymore. There is a lot of pessimism. There is a lot of skepticism born out of some of the things that kind of my panel and a few other panels spoke about this weekend. But I did see, and a part of it was actually in the people asking the questions after the sessions, as well as the people up on the stage, that there is optimism here. And that's really special and that's really valuable and that's really important. And I think that's in its own right a good reason to keep doing what you're doing. So keep doing what you're doing.
Cool, thank you. That's a lovely wrap of practical and optimistic things that we can do. You know, one of the characteristics of the internet that doesn't get talked about so much these days is the idea of permissionless innovation. That if you want to use the common namespace and if you're happy to follow the protocols, you can do your news service without having to ask anyone else. All of us here can do internet governance without having to ask anyone else as well. So maybe one thing that's been said today at some point or a conversation you had has inspired you to keep doing this. And whether it's through the auIGF framework or through some other framework or something you want to start yourselves, give it a go, because that's how things get better and how they change. And with that, that's our panel, and we're going to hand back to Donna to close this all up. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you.
And thanks again to VeriSign for sponsoring that session. All right, we're almost out the door. So that's a couple of slides to put up for me. All right. So when we talk about what's next from a practical perspective of the MSSC, we would like some new people to get involved. So if you're interested, there's an email address, info@auigf.au, which will take you to the Secretariat and which will take you, as the MSSC, we're not actually closing up shop now and opening up in February so we can start doing this again. We'll continue on to do some follow-up from this event and work out what the next 12 months is going to look like. So if you want to get involved, please send an email to that address that's on the screen. Do we have our sponsor slide? All right. So once again, I just want to thank all of our sponsors because really a lot of the committee is doing this on a volunteer basis and we couldn't put on this event without the sponsors. So they really are important to what we do. So Identity Digital, VeriSign, Outer, Internet Society, the Department of Long Name, Internet Society Foundation, ICANN, IGFSA, APNIC, Internet Association of Australia, GoDaddy and Communications Day. So thank you to each and every one of you. You serve a very important role to ensure that we can do this again in the next 12 months. Well, hopefully we've got to get back to you on the next 12 months. So I'd just like to thank everybody for your time and showing up for the last 2 days. It's been fantastic. This is the first time I've been the chair and I think it's exceeded my expectations, which makes me happy. We will be, the survey will be going out pretty soon, which is basically, you know, how was this, you know, how'd you think about this and all the rest of it? And then we'll put out a report. But what we do hope to do in the near future is have a webinar to work out how we can continue this event or these conversations moving forward. So thank you, everybody. One small public announcement. If you're at a bit of a loose end and you want to have a drink, we'll be at the Intercontinental Bar. Is that right? Yeah, we'll be at the Intercontinental. Please join us.